to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Insights by Janita for another exciting week. I hope that whatever you have been doing from a place of love, and that you are absolutely super excited and passionate about your life. And if you are not, then we need to fix that. We need to work on releasing trauma. We need to let go of all those labels that we put on ourselves and just embrace our beautiful quirkiness that we are. So a couple of different ways we can do this. We can understand who we are by asking our family tree and our family, our relatives, our friends, and getting an idea on what our quirks are, what our nuances are. Or we can do what I do. And I have this very weird little habit that I have been doing for a number of years now, and I call it the hibernation sabbatical. And the reason why I do that is because I like to hibernate and I like to learn about myself. And I figured a long time ago that I'm a little bit on the odd side of life. So unless I could find other people that are a little bit on the odd side of life as well, and I found it really hard to find people that could resonate with what I meant. Or sometimes I had a lot of trouble trying to communicate what I meant, or getting people to understand, the words that came out of my mouth weren't necessarily in alignment with how I was feeling about stuff. So getting myself in alignment with being able to choose the right language and the right words so that people understood what I meant. And it was really hard to find those sorts of people. And I found that at some points in my life I was getting extremely frustrated because it really felt like nobody understood what I was trying to say. And it felt like I had to keep explaining myself about the same things and going a layer deeper, and I was struggling to get the first layer out because I didn't really understand how to articulate and how to formulate what I actually was feeling and what I was going through and what I wanted to convey in my message. So I started hibernating, closing off, and sabbatical learning, and I started to pull away from humans, I suppose, if we want to get a little bit too us and them. I started pulling away from people so I could understand more about me and understand who I was without someone trying to say that I was this or that I was that, or I had a particular label, or I look a particular way, therefore I should act in this particular manner that society thinks that we should do that. And the best thing I ever learned about myself was that I am extremely odd, and that it's okay to be odd, and it's okay to not think like mainstream society, and it's okay to pull back to learn about ourselves. If you go through life always taking on everybody else's opinion of you, do you really have a good understanding of who you are at your core, or do you have a really good understanding of who you are with all of the labels on you? So if you're having a struggle and you're not really sure about who you are or what this is all about, or you think you've been set up in some mass universe cryptic joke and shoved on earth for giggles, and you just can't work out what's going on, then we might need to peel all those layers back and start from scratch. And I do that in a soul transformation package. I take people on that learning journey. I find out about the natal astrology chart, which gives me the blueprint to say, okay, these are your sub-personalities. These are the things that make up who you are. And, as you get older, just like a natal chart, as you get older, your personality sharpens and your intuition sharpens, and some aspects of your personality might die away or pass away. You might be a real daredevil when you're younger, and then when you get to 40, 50 years of age, you start realizing or joining the dots on the risk that's associated with that daredevil stuff, and you don't do that anymore. So a natal chart will be the blueprint of what you're born with, and the toolkit that you have, your very basic toolkit, and how you sharpen those awarenesses and how you sharpen those 7 subpersonalities is based on where they are in your chart. So if you've got your sun in a particular area and that comes into a certain house, that's where you'll learn the most about yourself. Your moon might be, my moon is in the 12th house, which is the house of secrets and hidden things. And I have a Pisces moon. So some people would say that, Pisces moons are very emotional. And look, I am to a degree, but because it's in the 12th house, I generally do my hibernation sabbatical. I pull away from everybody else and I work out in secret what it is that I'm feeling. How am I feeling about things? So an astrological natal chart, your blueprint right at that time that you were born, is just a phenomenal learning tool about understanding who we are and what tools we came in with for this lifetime. Then numerology can back that up. Of course, there's predictive astrology and stuff that you can do and work out where your lessons will be and what pivotal transformational direction changes that you'll have in your life. They can all be pinpointed in predictive astrology. But the numerology that comes in as well is your soul expression, how your soul expresses itself. If you've always been told that you're a shy child, you start to believe that you're a shy child, and then you start to exhibit the characteristics of being shy. You may not be shy. You've just been told that so many times to keep you in your shell so that your beauty and your light doesn't become too bright for those around you. And we get told these negative conditioning things all the time. So it can be quite confronting and confusing when we start looking at numerology and self-expression and soul expression, life path, what our vibration number is. So we've got lots of things that we can do from a mathematical equation that can support your astrology chart. And then from numerology, then we also go into channel readings. What else needs to happen here? Where in the emotion code do you have trapped trauma or trapped emotion? Have we built a little wall up around our hearts to keep us safe and from harm and from hurt? And where do we get that heart wall? When did it start building? When did we start taking those Lego pieces so we could hide our wall? At what age did that happen? The human beings are like my most favorite subject in the world because we are fascinating. We might have similarities in skin color or religion or belief, or I come from Australia, so do 20 million other people, But that doesn't mean that we might be similar in the way we talk or similar in our mannerisms, because we mimic each other. That's what humans do. But as far as how individual we are, I think true trauma healing and true just breaking free from all of that and stepping into our power positions as individuals really happens when we start releasing all that trauma and we start understanding at a really deep layer who we are and what we're made of. And, it's like a bit like fear factor. If someone says, oh, I hate snakes, your mum tells you your entire life, snakes are terrible, they're terrifying, they'll bite you, they'll make you very sick, you'll probably die. You grew up thinking that all snakes are like this. And it's not until you step out and you start researching about snakes, or something happens one day and you see someone with a pet snake and you flip out. You think, oh, my God, they're so dangerous. How can you possibly have a pet snake? It's not until you start researching things and understanding that not all snakes are the same. Not all people are the same. Some snakes have got really feisty temperaments. Some have got really calm temperaments. And it's about working out those individual snakes. You can get really calm snakes here in Australia, and children's pythons and little desert pythons, and some of them are really cute and little, and they look gorgeous, but they all have their own little moods and personalities, so they're not necessarily going to be gorgeous all the time, just like people. So it really is about understanding and researching not just snakes or animals or something else that we're passionate about. It's making yourself your most passionate subject and understanding and researching about yourself. And I find that the hibernation sabbatical is the best way to do that. because I'm not asking someone else what they think about me in my situation. I value other people's opinions, and I will ask for them after I've already done the work on myself, after I've already worked out how I truly feel about something, not how I've been told to feel about something or how I've been told to react about something. You know, hand up all those people that when they were little, they were, don't cry or don't get angry. There's always someone telling you not to feel an emotion. But they're natural emotions to have. It's okay to be angry about something. It's not okay to go and smash someone's things because you're angry about something, or go and hurt something or someone because you're angry. But it's okay to feel that anger. And I think how we learn how to cope with those emotional reactions to things, and how we put those coping mechanisms into place, is how we take those lessons for the rest of our lives. So I came from a family where anger and intimidation tactics were the best way to get your point across. So obviously for most of my life, I thought anger and intimidation was the best way to get my point across. It wasn't until my brain started kicking in and I started observing other people at school and at high school in particular, understanding that not everybody was talking to their family members with intimidation and bully tactics, that I worked out, hang on a minute, this is not normal. What happens at the house I grew up in is not normal. So it's when you start questioning what's going on, and instead of me going back and saying to the people that I lived with, this is not normal, there's something wrong with you, why are you screaming and fighting all the time? I actually kept that to myself, and I learned the more I kept to myself, the easier it was for me to understand how I was feeling about things. So if there's something troubling you in your life at the moment, maybe less time asking other people for solutions, and sit quietly within yourself and ask yourself, how do I feel about this? Is there a fear associated with this? Is there anxiety? Is there terror? Is there something else that I need to know about here? I stopped myself from being excited for a very long portion of my life, because when I got excited as a child, that excitement was always met with a put down. So I associated excitement with something negative. So I didn't allow myself to get excited, because I didn't want that negative feeling, that negative response inside my body telling me that excitement is negative, excitement is bad. If you get excited, something terrible will happen to you, or someone will say something terrible to you. I got the hang of excitement a few years ago, and now I'm the most excitable person ever, because it's not negative. It's that conditioning that made excitement negative. So really think about how you feel about emotion, not how your mum or your dad or your brothers and sisters or your aunties and uncles and everybody else that wants to have their 2 bobs worth into your life, not how any of they are feeling. It's about how you feel about a particular thing. You're walking in your shoes, so you have to have the answer on how you feel about something, whether that's a good experience or it's a tough experience. It's still up to you to take that responsibility for your own happiness. And hibernation sabbaticals is something that I will be an advocate for the rest of my life, I feel, at this point, unless there's a better way of doing it. But I really find that the best lessons I learn about myself is when I sit quietly and I ask myself, why am I behaving like this? Why is this triggering me? Why is this making me feel bad? Why is it making me feel good? Why do I feel it every time something good happens, something bad will happen, and it counteracts it? And it's self-negating. It's self-negating talk, self-sabotage. And it takes a long time and a hard effort for you to be able to turn that around. But it's possible. And it is so empowering when you finally get to that point. So, yeah. All right, enough out of me. Let's see who we've got. Siobhan, good morning.
Hi.
Oh, good evening for you. It's a good evening for you, isn't it?
Yes. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing well, excited.
Excellent. What can I do for you?
I'm curious about several things, but I guess the first is just relationships.
Okay. What do you want to start with?
Relationships. Will I ever have one? What's going on? Just more insight on that.
Okay. Do you feel a bit stagnant at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting because when I always sit down to do readings for people, I go and choose some crystals to start with. And the crystal that I chose for you today, kyanite, which is all about healing hearts. It's about calm, bringing calm to chaotic situations. It's about clarity of purpose. It's just a really nice, it's a nice stone to be able to let go of things properly and just allow the process of life to come through. And I think that for you, you've let go of the outcome to a degree, but you're still trying to hang on to some stuff and hang on to it, to not because you're a controlling personality, but you're trying to make sure that the outcome is the outcome that you want, which is normal. That's human behavior. I do that all the time. So you're not by yourself with that. The other crystal that I've chosen 3 altogether for you, and the other one was a Kambaba jasper, which kind of looks like the earth. It's the most prettiest crystal. So Google it when we're finished having a chat, and just have a look at the healing properties that it's got. It's also for healing, calming, restore. It takes you on a bit of a mental journey as well, so you're able to put things into perspective a little bit easier, so to understand that things happen in a certain way for the right time, for the right reason. So, and the last one was the ocean jasper, which is just brings it all together. It's a very blue stone. It's more around the throat chakra as well. So this is about you getting your heart and your throat in an alignment so you can actually voice what it is that you want from your heart and not feel like you can't get your words out. Exactly what I was just talking about. Being able to to release and let go. What have you got coming up in your work at the moment? What's going on there?
I've just been given more responsibility at the job.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that is brilliant for you, purely because it wasn't that long ago that you had some self-esteem issues, and I can tell you without any shadow of doubt that your self-esteem issues are you doing that to you. You're actually a very capable woman. Whatever they put at you, the only thing is, I'll give you a little tip if I may, is you say yes sometimes when you want to say no, and people don't always recognise your worth. So just make sure with the extra responsibilities comes a little bit extra money, because it should. And just really set the tone of your priorities as well, on what you can do and what you can delegate. Now, delegate is an interesting word for you because you do things really quickly and really thoroughly, and sometimes it's easier for you to just do them yourself than to delegate and to get others to do it. You might want to rethink that just a little bit because as your responsibilities grow, your job will grow. And this is not the first of the promotions or the stepping up. There'll be some other stuff that'll coming in pretty quickly straight away as well, okay? So when I'm talking straight away in spirit terms, it's anywhere between 4 to 6, 8 weeks maximum. So that's pretty quick for them. It's a lifelong for some of us humans. But you're getting more responsibilities on the top of your other responsibilities. So now's the time for you to learn about prioritizing workloads and to make sure that other people are trained and can do the other stuff that you don't need to get tied down in, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Because then you won't feel overwhelmed when you get those extra stuff. But you're going to be, your skills are going to be stretched in a really good way, okay? And I know that you can sometimes feel a little bit overwhelmed if too much stuff pops up on you. So the best way to do that is to take these between this little promotion and the next responsibility shift for you, and it's still in the same job, okay? You're not moving jobs or anything like that. you've got that little bit of buffer zone so you can get your head around how you're going to prioritize your work so you don't let anyone down, and most importantly, you don't feel like you're letting anybody else down, okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
Do you see anything with finances?
But have they given you a pay increase with this particular job?
In the beginning, not recently.
Okay. All right. So make sure that they pay you what you're worth, okay? So you can negotiate right at the beginning about your extra responsibilities. You're a yes person. We call them in Australia a yes man. It's because we're very capable, and we know what we're capable of at our core, but we just want to be left alone while we do it, okay? But it also means that we work sometimes harder and faster than other people around us, and that enables other people to relax a little bit more, and it also, as the flip side of that, means that we have to work a bit harder to make up for them relaxing. So now's the time for you to negotiate a bit better of a look. They have facility there. They're putting in a handout, so they have facility there to give you a bit more money. So do ask for it, okay?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I think that's best for you because you they can afford it, okay? But if you don't ask for it, they're not going to offer it all the time, okay? So that's a little trick.
Right. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. This is helpful.
You're welcome. Enjoy your rest of the evening. Where are you calling from? Kentucky.
Yes, Kentucky. Yes, Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Is it so it's very cold there for you right now, isn't it?
Yes, we're like in the low 30s, 40 degrees, yeah.
Wow. Well, we have about a 30-degree day here, and we're talking Celsius, which I think about the 90 Fahrenheit or something like that. So if you want to do a trade swap, I'm more than happy to do that for you.
Okay, we'll work on
that. Lovely. Thank you very much for your call.
Okay, have a good day.
You too. See you later.
Okay, bye.
Oh, and the producer, who I will out right now, Dave, has just said 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius. Oh, my God. So we're another 30 degrees on top of that. That's nuts. That's nuts. You guys must be really rugged up over there. Because we're melting down here. We're trying to remove as much clothing as possible without getting arrested. So that's where we're all at. What a beautiful caller. And it comes down to, and women are really guilty of this, okay? And I'm not trying to start a gender war. Please don't think that. But women, sometimes we have one child, we have two children, and we just make it happen, okay? We run around and all of a sudden we've got 5 kids and we're doing everything for those 5 kids. We're running a household, we're looking after a husband, we're doing everything. And we just make room in our schedules to do everything. And sometimes the thanks get smaller and smaller until they're non-existent, and sometimes it's a very thankless job, and people don't realise that the little laundry fairies don't come in and do all the laundry. It's actually a real live person called Mum. And when we step into the working arena, sometimes we have that same approach to our work where we just take on more and more and we say, yep, we can do that. And somehow, miraculously, we actually get all of this work done. We go home, we're exhausted. We fall asleep on the couch and all that sort of stuff that happens. But we forget that we should be rewarded and recognised for the things that we do and for the work that we do and the output that we do. And I don't know about you American girls up there or the UK girls, whoever's listening, but in Australia, women down here very rarely ask for pay increases. I have managed staff for years, over 20 years in I call it Muggles environment. And I would sit down with some of the most amazing staff members that have just gone above and beyond every single year. Their loyalty is just insane. And they actually won't ask for pay increases. I've offered pay increases to them. And we've come such a long way in equality and being heard and having people listen to our voices, but we're letting ourselves down sometimes by just thinking, it'll be all right, it's okay. No, it's not okay. We're really doing a phenomenal job, and we need to make sure that people recognise that. And if someone just really cannot recognise the output, and this is for everyone now, really can't recognise the output and what you bring to the table, then look for something else, because someone else out there, one man's trash is another man's treasure. So it's really important that we do that. And leads me into also a workshop that I'm running with Trish Rock, who is also another reader on Moonstruck TV and A1R. And we're doing a workshop in March, an online workshop, and it's about humaning the spiritual way and about manifesting our goals and becoming our best life, our best highest self, and really tapping into letting go of all that trauma, letting go of the self-doubt, the self-beliefs, stepping into our ocean jasper, and stepping into what we bring to the table, celebrating what we bring to the table, not worrying about everybody else's labels, and just going for it. So it's going to be a really cool workshop. I'm so looking forward to it. So Eventbrite has the tickets. Please pop over there. You will catch all of the details on my YouTube channel, Insights by Janita. There's Trish Rock has got a YouTube channel as well. We both have Facebook. We've both got websites. So do look us up if you're interested, or you can always send either myself, Janita Francis, or Trish Rock a private message, and that will get you all the details. We're happy to send them. Now, I do want to, for all the watchers out there, not so much for listeners, I have a beautiful painting behind me, and I read for a lady a while ago now, and she was in a very different job, and I just sensed in her this beautiful creative energy, and we touched on that. And she actually painted this for me, and I absolutely love it. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her manifesting her best life and everything that she's brought into it. And her name is Kerry Abello. She has a website, and you're more than welcome to look her up. So that's Kerry, Kerrie, Abello, Abello, and just have a look at her artwork. It's amazing. It's so spiritual and beautiful, and she's such a gifted lady. So thanks very much for that, Kerry. But come up to the end of my segment, I want to thank you all very much for tuning in to me, Insight by Janita, for this week. And I will be back next week, of course, with more insights, more crystals, more readings, and we'll go from there. If you do want to book a private reading with me, I do have slots available. Please check out my website, www.insightsbyjanita.com. You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and of course YouTube. And until then, I will see you all next week. Bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for intuitive listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is intuitive listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody. It's Suresh Rock here for the Intuitive Listening Show. And wow, this is my third week in. I can't believe it. And I just want to thank you all for being here and following along with these shows. It's amazing. All right, so I've chosen a card this morning and for this week for a collective message for us all. And I've chosen from my beautiful deck the Sacred Journey into the Animal Realms. It's a beautiful deck. And it was really interesting because the one that came out for us all was this one, Miracle. And firstly, I was excited about the miracle, right? But secondly, because it's a kangaroo, and many of you know we've had massive fires through Australia, and they have killed off millions of animals, and one of them being the kangaroo. And I just thought it was interesting that the kangaroo came up today with the word miracle, because even though so the first message here is, even though a lot of native wildlife and land got kind of wiped out, there are miracles happening every day there with new life and with animals being rescued. So that was the first thing. But the second thing is, as a collective message, this miracle really is a beautiful card. And I want to read to you from the book what it means. This rare white male kangaroo has hopped into your life today, and one of his gifts is a miracle. A miracle is simply the blessings that come from walking our paths in trust and love. You kept going even when the path wove into the dark heart of the forest. That takes courage. Because you have embraced life in this sacred way, you have opened doors to the miraculous. Limitations fall away and the impossible becomes possible. This really is a beautiful message for this week, that your perseverance has paid off in whatever it is that, whatever area of life that is for you. Things are really starting to show up for many of you. And, there needs to be some trust in this as well, because often we ask for things to show up for us, and then when they do, we don't trust it and we kind of push it away. So this week, really be open to all of the beautiful miracles that are coming your way from your hard work, your persistence, and your energy opening. Lots of beautiful miracles. Now, what I want to talk with you about today is one of your intuitive listening abilities, and that is one of the clairs. And we're going to talk about claircognizance. Now, many of you know clairvoyance. So clair, breaking it down, clair means clear, and then we have the word after it. So clairvoyance is clear seeing. Claircognizance is clear knowing. And I want to talk a little bit about that today, because, many of us don't trust that when it comes up. And, it is a beautiful guiding voice that can help us solve problems and help us just during the day with that flow of things. And I know when I first started developing my claircognizance, it's always been there, but when I started really developing it and starting to lean into it and trust it, I was getting all of this knowledge that I thought, well, I can't prove that I know that. I was getting all of these things coming in that I knew, right? But no way of proving that I knew it. And that for me was a block, because I thought, how can I teach this, or how can I express this information that I know from here, from my gut feeling, my claircognizance, without, feeling like a fraud or people asking how I know that. And I think for many of you listening, that could be the case too. And even with your gut feeling, that's claircognizance. It's your gut feeling. It's that knowing that you have, but you don't know how you know it, is the best way I can describe it. But it's a very wise voice, and it's a knowing that, if you trust it, can really help you in many situations in life. And I like to think that the knowing and the information that I'm receiving, and the knowledge that is just innately there, has come from, my energy and my experiences across all time and space. I kind of feel that it's like the Akash. It's like this pool of knowledge that I can draw from. And I started trusting that, and it really has helped me a lot in my daily flow and in my work. And this is what I help my clients with as well, to really trust those feelings, those innate knowings, and to really help them tune into that in their work, but also just in their everyday life, because it makes a big difference. And that's something I would encourage you to do this week. When you have those knowings, it's like, think of it like, if you've ever played trivia, like if you go to a trivia night and all of a sudden a question is asked and you're like, oh, I know that. And then you're like, oh, how do I know that? Right? And you kind of just go, oh, well, I must have heard it somewhere. You've got to treat claircognizance a little bit like that. And if you have that innate knowing of something, to really just trust it and go, oh, well, I don't know how I know that, but it's quite strong here that I do know it. So I'm going to trust it. So I would encourage you this week just to really practice that, as far as you feel comfortable, and start tuning in to that guidance of yours, that really will give you the answers when you ask for solutions. And of course, if you want to tune more into that area of your life, and if you are actually hearing a lot of those answers now but not quite sure where to go with it, please connect with me and book in for a reading, or come and join me in my mentoring program, where I truly do help you transform your life into the life that you've been dreaming of. And it's just amazing to watch people's lives unravel and transform in such a short time. But if that's for you, and I know that many people are starting to say, there's got to be more than this, and this is the year that I'm going to put some things in place to truly have better foundations for my life and my life moving forward. So if that's you, please connect with me and come and check out my work. So you can go to trishrock.com. You can book in a free call with me there. You can also head over to my Facebook pages at Trish Rock Abundance, and connect with me over there. Just send me a message, and let's really find those solutions for you in your life moving forward. And if you are starting to tune in to your intuition, then this is the opportunity for you this year to get some groundwork, get some foundations and some stability in that area, so that you can grow from there, either in your own business or just in your everyday life, tuning in to that voice that you've got, and those intuitive prompts that are always guiding us, to really tune in and start trusting them a lot more than you have been. And for many of us, with this beautiful fifth dimension energy that is universal now, we are having new portals of energy opening up to us to explore these greater abilities that we all have, right? We all have them. We've just been told for so many, or instructed, or controlled for so many thousands of years now, that we've forgotten our power. We've forgotten our power, and it's really time now to open that up within ourselves, and be the shining light in your own life and in the lives of others around you, to really show them the way as well. And, it's a ripple effect. As soon as we have confidence in ourselves and start exploring our abilities and start exploring what brings us joy, it has a ripple effect out to all of those around us. And people can see that, oh, it's possible. Maybe I can try as well. And you really become a shining light in the lives of many people, but mainly yourself. And so the message this week is, listen to those gut feelings. Listen to that claircognizance, that knowing that you have about things. Don't feel the need to have to prove it to yourself or anyone. Just trust it. And our other beautiful collective message here is miracle. And you are a miracle. Life is a miracle. All life is a miracle. And when you're in that flow of love and joy and trust, miracles do come, because miracles are just the alignment of energy and flow, and the energetic blocks being taken away. And you have the ability to do that through your innate ability to ask for the answers. Yes. So should be a really beautiful week. And look, please let me know as the week goes on what miracles have unfolded for you. And if there is something that has been blocking those miracles, then, or blocking anything that you're asking for, then don't get frustrated. Just ask yourself, why has it not come yet? What am I blocking here? And ask your intuitive self, your claircognizance, hop into that pool of knowledge that you have innately, and ask the question, what is it that is blocking this from coming into my life? And can I start trusting the inner voice, the knowledge, the gut feelings that come to me on a daily basis? Or do I need help to tune in to those answers and start really trusting myself? And the other thing this week is we're kind of coming towards the end of January now. So there could be some feelings of frustration of, it's the new year, we're nearly at the end of January and I still haven't done blah, 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 blah. And that happens at the beginning of every year. So try not to feel frustrated. There's always more time, and it's never done. Okay, so be gentle on yourself, be easy on yourself. At this time of year, we can be quite harsh on ourselves. But if there is something that you truly want to achieve in your life this year, if there's a dream that has been eluding you for so long, please connect with me and let's have a chat about how I can help you. So hop onto my website at trishrock.com or head over to my Facebook page at Trish Rock Abundance. All right, now we have a beautiful caller with us today, Simone in Lomita from California. Hello, Simone.
Yeah.
How are you?
And here, I'm okay.
Wonderful,
I
wonderful.
cannot
Thank you for
hear
coming
you.
on. How can I help?
Yeah, you keep breaking up.
How can? Oh,
I
how
keep
can I help
losing
you,
you.
Simone?
Well, you wanted to give me a mini reading. Do I have to have a subject?
No, you don't have to have a subject at all. Is there anything you wanted to ask, or you want to just see what?
Yes, I would like to know about employment.
Employment. Okay, no problem. The first, yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm
first thing
currently working for somebody.
Okay.
And how is this company going to pick up in the future?
Right. The first thing I'm really sensing here with you, Simone, is that I feel you're there out of a sense of duty in a way. I don't feel that you're absolutely loving everything that you do. And, there is that fear of being displaced and not having the stability of that money coming through each week. But I really feel if you can really start letting your heart guide you rather than your mind, because when we get too caught up in the fear of what will happen or the fear of the future, or we let our mind get 20 steps ahead, we end up in fear, and that often will then bring things into being that will support that fear. So I would really take a step back, Simone, and really do what you can to step out of your head and maybe not get so far ahead, and just get into your heart and just really start appreciating everything that you love about that work right now and that job, and try to imagine into how it would feel to be there for a lot longer, rather than the fear of not being there. I get the sense that it's not going to disappear, like you are going to have that work, but I feel that things are evolving there and there might be some changes. And if you can really tune into what you love doing, that's going to give you a bit of a gateway into the new way that they run things. So,
are the changes positive or negative? Are they positive or negative?
Positive changes overall, but whenever there is change, there are people who don't like change so much. And that's what I'm saying to you. If you can really get into your heart space on this and really look at everything that you really love that you do on a daily basis, you will automatically be in that energetic flow to be enjoying the changes. Now, the other people in the company, that's up to them whether they enjoy the changes or not. But you, on a personal level, you can decide to embrace what's happening and go with the flow, and that will actually be more advantageous to you as far as how you're feeling, but also as far as where you go with the company.
Okay, does he want me to stay?
I can't see you leaving. I can't see you leaving. So
okay.
Yeah. So I think it's a secure place there for you. But once again, everybody has their own will, and everybody can make choices. If these changes are feeling fearful for you, then you might decide that it's not for you, and that will influence any decisions. So my message really to you is to hop into your heart and really look at the work that you're doing, and really appreciate what you love about it and how you're appreciated there, because I think you do a great job, and really be open to any changes that come along without fear. I think that's really the biggest message here, is not to be fearful of it, to embrace it. Embrace it.
So he does have plans for the future.
I don't know about him personally, whoever you're speaking about. I'm just sensing wherever you're working, there is some changes happening, and if you can, really step out of the fear of that and get more into your flow and what brings you joy in life, that will make it an easier transition for you with work, whatever happens. But I don't feel that you're leaving there. So the sense I'm getting is that whatever changes are happening, you will still be there. That's the sense I'm getting. Whoever you're speaking about, whatever his plans are, I'm not tuning into that. Just tuning into you, and I sense that you will stay there. It may be in a different capacity or a different role, but if you can really embrace, finding the fun, I guess, and the joy in all of that, it will make it a lot easier for you. It's about, hopping into the heart and getting less in the head here with overthinking. Yeah. Does that make sense, Simone?
I have a question. Are you also a spiritualist?
A spiritualist? What do you mean by that?
Can you connect to the other side?
Sometimes they come in for me. I wouldn't class myself as an evidential medium. Sometimes they do. It just really depends. Yeah.
My husband passed away in November.
Okay.
And he said he would stay in touch with me, but so far he only presented him once for a tiny second.
Okay.
For a tiny second, and he showed me a black spot on his cheek, and the black spot was as like a big tar spot, and I don't know what it means.
Ah, okay. So, what's your gut feeling about what that means? Showing something here on his cheek.
I do not know. I have no idea.
Yeah. I feel that he is. I feel that he is giving you messages, but once again, if you can step more into your heart and less in your head and kind of over analysing or over thinking whatever messages come, that he will show up. And when he shows up, it's really just to give you comfort and let you know that he's there. Okay? So
do you see that happening more often in the future? Do you see that happening more often in the future?
I think it will, Simone, if you can let go of the outcome and really just kind of go, oh, he showed up today, you know, rather than trying to analyze the message. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Simone. I'll have to go now. Thank you so much. I hope that's helped. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. Please exercise some trust in your claircognizance and your inner knowing this week, and really start trusting yourselves. Know that miracles can happen when you allow them, and just allow them in. Please connect with me over my website or on my Facebook page at Trish Rock Abundance. I would love to read for you or help you get where you want to go this year. All right, I will see you again next week. Have an amazing week. Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity
On
Psychic.
A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, Captain Fitz. It's Perry Lyons again in your living room. Well, not literally. Okay, well, I'm under your couch, but don't you guys ever dust under here? So I'm happy to see you today. I'm happy to see you every day. Again, I just want to remind you, Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio are the platform that I have the privilege of appearing on. And it's really worth downloading the A1R Moonstruck app. It's also a good idea to tune in every Wednesday at 9 p.m. live to at least try and hear me, because my audio isn't fabulous today. However, I'm happy to see you. And there's something I wanted to talk about today. I make that sound like, I don't know, I just made it sound like a teacher telling you this is going to go in your permanent record. That's not. What I've noticed in the last 2 weeks is people have been having tough times. You know, it's part of being human. But people have really been having especially tough times. I hope it's not you. But if it is, here's something that I have recently learned. Having to do with that. Right before an old behavior or an old way of being is getting ready to leave us in a good way. That's a good thing. It makes a lot of noise on its way out. It gets right up in our grill, because when we transcend our known limitations, our limitations put up a fight. They don't want to be transcended. Part of us feels safe and comfortable in the misery we know, rather than the happiness we might not have a blueprint for. But of course, we do have a blueprint. We're born with a blueprint for happiness. Let me put this a different way. I was a bartender a long time ago. It's a good job. But I noticed that right before we'd have to toss a drunk out of a bar, it's called getting 86th, by the way. Just as the drunk was leaving, he would turn at the door, and he would, or she, or it, would say, "You guys don't know who you're messing with. My brother is God's brother-in-law, and I'll mess with you." And you just push him, and he'd be out the door, and that would be it, right? It was an unpleasant 2 minutes. But when you, right before you push a drunk out of a bar, he, she, they, it make a lot of noise. And it's the same when we're outgrowing old behaviors. The old behaviors don't like being pushed out of that bar. They don't like old behaviors. Our old limitations really fight hard for their existence. So when you're growing, when you're consciously making intentions to be better with money, or to be luckier, or to just have things work better, to be kinder, to be taller. Okay. All of the limitations that have gotten in the way of you doing that before will come up and fight for their existence like mothers. I'm not going to finish that word. We have censors. But they will make a very, very strong fight for their own existence. And at the time, it can seem overwhelming. What I'd like you to know from my own experience and from my 15 years of working with thousands of clients, some of you guys still owe me money, so pony up. But, kidding. No, I'm not. So, for instance, I made a very strong intention in both prayer and meditation and writing it down about 2 weeks ago for me, for me to be luckier with, we'll say, electronic things, appliances. As a psychic especially, I have a little trouble with that. As any of my friends can tell you, whenever I get upset, my headphones don't work, my computer breaks. So I've made a very strong intention to cure that. Within the next 3 days, my dishwasher, my sinkulator, whatever you call them, they're things you have in the suburbs. We don't have them in Brooklyn, but I'm taking care of Mom in the suburbs right now, so we have one here. My toaster oven, my oven, and my refrigerator all apparently made a suicide pact. So they all died. So I would have despaired. I'll be honest with you. I despaired for a good 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, that's a complete lie. I wept for 3 hours. But what happened was, good things happened. I wound up getting like a free new dishwasher. I wound up getting, what I'm trying to say is it had a happy ending. But, so when you're going through a hard time, when you've made a really strong intention to change, and suddenly it seems like all of the things that you have made an intention to change, like, get worse. They really get up in your grill. You know what? It's a sign that they're about to get better. It's a sign that those limitations are fighting for their existence. But you know what? They ain't got a chance. So take it from a woman who now has new dishwasher, new oven, and which were either donated or under warranty or some miracle. It worked. And I know it's a silly, maybe very kind of, okay, it's a silly metaphor, but I think you know what I'm saying. So if you're going through a hard time, if the things that you asked to get better suddenly are like, boom, up in your grill. I did that fast, you wouldn't notice that my nails aren't done. I just want you to know that it's actually a good sign. It means things are getting better. And talking about things getting better, we're now going to talk to somebody in British Columbia, one of my favorite places in the world. I didn't catch your name, darling, and you're going to have to speak up. So
this is Amanda.
Oh, I love that name. Hi, Amanda. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. I like to connect to people by just what their birthday is. So if you could tell me the birthday, you don't have to tell me the year.
Okay, March 23rd.
Was that March what?
March 23rd.
Oh, great day. I'm a March baby myself. We love Aries on this show. It sounds like you have a specific question. Is that true? Is there? It sounds like maybe somebody. You what?
Hoping for a connection with my past son.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. I was about to ask. I was about to ask if you were looking to make a connection with somebody. There's no worse pain anyone can go through, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Did his name, let me see if I've got the right person. Did his name begin with a B?
No, it began with a C.
Okay. Okay, takes me a minute to warm up. Is there a reason that he might feel ashamed to talk to you? Of course, there's no reason for him to be ashamed, but he's very present with you, which you've noticed. He passed.
Yes, that is true.
What?
Yes, that's true. I've noticed his presence around.
Oh, he's very around. Does he manifest through things electrical? Does he turn lights on and off? Or does he hide the keys occasionally?
The lights tend to flicker occasionally.
Yeah. Also, coins are a big thing with him.
Yes,
he
I
have two
constantly
kids?
find dimes.
Yeah, dimes are a big thing with him. God, I'm so sorry. I'm having a hard time connecting with him because he really loves you. He feels he let you down. Obviously, you never did anything to make him feel that way. He was a perfectionist. I'm sorry, you're going to have to give me a second. In fact, his being so hard on himself was one of the reasons he's not here anymore. Is that correct?
No, he was just a baby, like 16 months old.
He was a baby?
Yeah, he was 16 months old.
I'm terribly sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I don't usually make mistakes, so it's not a mistake. Let me tell you what I think. Did he have an uncle or a cousin who was older, who passed early?
He has an uncle who was about 34 or something when he passed, and his name's like part of my son's name is his name.
Okay. Caleb?
Corey is the uncle that passed.
Okay. The person I got, I'm sorry, it's very hard for me to connect with children because I because of a personal tragedy in my own life. It's and also the person I got is the person who is taking care of him, hanging out with him, and making sure he's okay. It would have been somebody who passed either right before or around the same time. I don't know what to say. What I can say is that your son was one of the most beautiful, physically and beautiful. He just had a beautiful spirit. You couldn't walk down the street without people stopping you and saying, he just had a radiance.
Yeah, that was very true. He's very, very alluring.
And he was very loving. He was also incredibly precocious. He was speaking before, he was saying words before I mean, there were words he said. He knew, he said, he had about 16 words that he would say.
He was speaking fluent words.
What I want to say is, no child can replace him. You are going to have, I believe, another child for whom your son will be a very strong guardian angel. Your son is always with you. He's always with his sister, too. I'm sorry, I haven't had somebody call in who's suffered this kind of tragedy before. And I feel like anything I say is going to be inadequate. But your son was such a loving person that his light fills your house. It's not just that he's present. It's that his light fills your house. And he's very protective. Is that of his little sister?
He has a little brother. His sister's older.
I hope you have some sort of support group. I don't want to say anything trite because I don't want to diminish what you've been through. But I do want to tell you that personality and love and our souls, they don't die. And you will have, I believe you will have another child, which would be a huge act of courage. But please, please know that he's with you.
Thank you very much.
He also protects his siblings. There have been a couple of near misses, which I would call small miracles. Keep an eye out for miracles. You know, just small ways in which you're protected, small way, big ways in which by the way, your other child can both see and hear him. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that. Like, I'm just waiting till he's old enough that he could actually tell us about it.
I'm sorry if you can't hear me well. And it wasn't your fault. It's just so you know, nothing even happened. This wasn't your fault. He made an agreement before he got here to leave early. That's one reason he was such a special person. That's one reason that he radiated love in such a way that, I mean, people wouldn't leave you alone when you were with him. They just wanted to, like, oh, can I say hi? You know, I can't imagine the grief you're going through. I hope you are getting some kind of counseling, or that you have a priest or someone you can talk to. But I can tell you with every fiber of my being that he's always with you. He always will be. And his love just fills the house. I can't think of another way to put it. What's your little girl's name?
Thank you very much. My older daughter, like, she's 16.
What?
Her name is Aurora. Aurora is my older daughter's name, and then I have a younger son who is 21 months old, and his name's Tyler.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love the name Angela, too. Do you mind if I ask what your son's name was?
Cyrus.
If it's okay, I'm going to put him in my prayers. I'm on Facebook. You can contact me. I'll give you a free 15-minute reading. People can tell you that that's an offer that I make and follow through on. I'm sorry I said younger sister, but I think he is going to have a younger sister. I apologize to our next caller. I want to stay, if it's okay, I want to stay with you here for a few more minutes. Is that all right with you? Are you still there? Okay. Sometimes the people who call in, and I always, maybe because I've got the best producers in the world, Dave and Constance Solomon, maybe it's because Moonstruck is truly a beautiful network. But the people who call in here are always the best people almost I've ever met. And every week, I learn about courage, I learn about love, I learn about the capacity of the human spirit to survive, grow, thrive, and keep loving, and to not get broken, but to teach others how to continue to love and how to continue to live. I'm grateful for the trust that those of you who call in give me. I give you my word that I do my best all the time to deserve that trust. But I want to thank you all for being here every week and for being the people you are. The brave, the kind, the good, a lot of times the unappreciated. But you know what? You are appreciated. I appreciate you. And the people I've met in the show are the best people I've ever met. God bless everybody. I'm gonna go pray for that last caller. And so next week I'll be my usual cheerful self, but sometimes you just have to acknowledge what people go through. So that's all. And let's all take a moment to just be grateful for the people we have in our lives, the beauty we have, the sunrises and the sunsets. And next week you'll get to meet my new cat. I adopted the cat to keep my mom company. Anyway, thanks, and I love you all. Okay. God bless you. Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Divine Guidance
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance. Okay, so you can reach me at crystalclear101.com, or you can get a hold of me on my Facebook page, Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products. All right, you can also text me at 306-261-4086. So let's get in to tonight. I was getting some downloads here right off the bat, so we're going to have some pretty great callers. So everyone watching tonight, we got 2 cards picked. Okay, so we've got the Humanity and Beloved, Stay Calm, Trust the Good in Yourself and Others, and we have the Intervention and Purpose. Divine intervention is occurring. Know that you are being guided, and happiness is your purpose. Okay? And that kind of leads in with what I wanted to discuss today. And part of what I wanted to discuss is there's many layers to an onion, just like there's many layers to our lives. Okay? Truth be told, there is only one person in our lives that can make us ourselves happy. Okay? And fulfill the truth and happiness that is within us. So, if all else, I need you to take away the honesty to ourselves first and foremost, because we are the only people, or the only person, I should say, that can take care of us. If we don't give ourselves the happiness, the love, unconditional love to ourselves, we can't expect it to come from anyone else or anywhere else. Okay? So just know that sometimes truth hurts, but know that it's all part of us growing and expanding. Okay? When life puts us through situations, don't say, why me? Just say, try me. Like, it's sort of like, don't feel sorry for yourself. Hold your head up high and hit it head on. Okay? Sometimes there has to be an end in order for something to begin, for a new door to open. A window has to close, or a door has to close and a window's got to open, whichever way you want to look at it. Okay? Don't hold on to the old energy and block yourself from the blessings. Learn to embrace and trust the universe and its uncertainties. Just like my grandma used to tell me, get out of your own way, Angèle. It was just something she'd say. You're stopping yourself from growing. You're stopping yourself from getting everything you've ever wanted. So step out of your comfort zone, step with the universe, and see just what can happen. You'd be amazed at the stuff that a person can manifest when we get out of our own way. With that being said, it's Chinese New Year's. And with that, the Chinese New Year's for 2020 is the year of the rat. Okay? The metal rat is going to be a strong, prosperous, and a lucky year for almost all the Chinese zodiacs. Everyone's going to show determination regarding their goals, aspirations, and even their hobbies. Okay? This is a great year for founding and evolving. Those who plan to buy real estate, to start a business, or to invest money in a long-term project have a great chance of being satisfied in the future. But make a mental note and be aware. This type initiative will only be successful if they are carefully planned. So trust in yourself, trust in your team, trust in your intuition. It's never going to guide you wrong. And have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful life. Because it's short. Let's face it. Tomorrow's never promised for any of us. Okay, so now let's go into our first caller, which is Damien.
Yes.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
That's good. Well, you got 2 cards today as well. All right. So your first card is Inner Strength. All right. And that one is moving back to your wholeness. Okay. Recognize that you have the power. You've kind of given your power away to what other people think and say. You've kind of backed off. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Your second card is the Life Force card. Okay. And that card is you have to express your driving passion. Okay. So your powers are increasing. So that's telling me that you're very intuitive. You're very gifted. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Honey,
Hi, Damien. Okay, so does it make sense to you in the aspect that you are gifted, that you have abilities?
Yes, ma'am. It does.
Yes. Okay. So
yes.
Okay. Are you scared of them? I don't mean to laugh. It's just they're making kind of jokes about with your gifts that you're uncomfortable with them, I guess would be a better word.
I'm not uncomfortable with them. I understand them, and I've had them for quite some time.
Okay, but they're okay. So maybe I'm just understanding. They're making me feel like you've pulled back from them, like you're not trusting them. Is there a particular reason? Did something happen that kind of shifted you off or away from them?
Some things that I see things beforehand before they happen, and some things are like just tragic things, and I got to where I didn't want to, and I understand that I can't help that. It's just something that happens with me.
Yes, your sight or pre-sight into what's to come is part of your gifts. Okay, so don't try to overthink it when you get the vision. Just write it down. Okay, it's just something for you to start playing with, if that makes sense. So
yes, ma'am.
When you get that pre-vision, I mean, I had them. I seen the volcanoes erupting in Hawaii. I seen the path of destruction, and I wrote everything down, and I dated it. Okay, so then when it hit the news, I could verify. Hey, I seen it. I interpreted it correctly. I don't know if you heard about or remember the duck boat tragedy where the 17 people were killed.
Yes.
Okay, I had a vision on that, and I thought I was a little loopy because I could just see a duck with people sitting on top of the duck and the duck flipping over and the bodies just floating in the water. So I thought I had snapped and lost it, to be honest, because it didn't make sense to me. But once it hit the news and they explained to it everything that had gone on, I go, okay. So it's just a way of understanding what's coming to you in advance, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay? Because you're pretty dead on when you're getting these visions. And I'm going to call them visions because that's what you're getting, whether you get them sitting watching TV or in your dreams. These are visions. You're seeing the future. Okay? So they have gifted you this, and now play with it so you can understand the interpretation and how they communicate to you.
Okay.
So I guess if I had to, they're giving me more information here. They don't want me to guess. They want you to start really connecting with them. They want to work with you one-on-one, and they want you to understand. So just picture that they're up at a higher level energy and you're here. So they're challenging you to come up to meet them so that you guys can be at a level playing ground so that you can just have a normal conversation like you and I are having right now. So
I follow.
I would say meditation or whatever practice that you use to connect with your guides. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you also see spirit?
No, that I don't.
It's coming. You will be able to see spirit. It's coming. I think they're just going to let you get comfortable with the where you've evolved to now in seeing the future. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, what happened 2 weeks ago?
Excuse me?
What happened 2 weeks ago?
Two weeks ago?
Yeah, they're telling me that something happened to...
Anything.
I'm sorry, you cut out on me.
Nothing that I can recall that affected my life or anything.
Okay. Did you have a vision 2 weeks ago?
No.
Okay. They're bringing up that there's something that happened 2 weeks ago, so we'll just kind of park that because it might pop into your head later on and you're going to go, that's what they were trying to say.
Okay.
And then just sit with them and get more information on it, okay?
Okay.
So do you have any particular questions that you have for me?
I recently started doing music again, and I was wanting to know if that was something that would be prosperous for me at this time.
Yes. And it may, it's going to be prosperous in more than one way. You will start evolving with your music. Your music keeps you in touch with your spiritual side, with the gifted side. So it's going to expand, and just imagine a wagon wheel with the spokes. And your music is your center, and everything else is just going to spoke off, and you're just going to start to go, it'll be like a big snowball going down the mountain. Okay?
Okay. That's what I think. Because I just recently started investing in music gear.
Yes.
And I did have some concerns about spending this money that I really don't have to do it right now, but I trust in me.
Yes. And you also know what you need and what you can get by with, and what you don't need till further on. So stay with the bare minimum while you're at the bottom stage moving up, if that makes sense.
It does. My fiance told me the same thing.
Yeah, just connect. They're going to tell you what you need to do. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you have a wonderful evening and a wonderful weekend, and I am going to...
thank you.
All right. You're welcome. And I'm going to go on to my second caller. Pamela?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you?
Fantastic.
Ah, that's great. I like hearing fantastic. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get that in the center. All right, I'm going to give up on it. Okay, your card is Earth Connection. Be mindful of the planet. Come back to Earth and stay grounded. Do you fly a lot, girl?
No, but I will be. My niece got a buddy pass for me at the airline she works for.
Okay. Okay, so that's going to be, yeah, you're going to be flying a lot. Okay, so the important part is for you to continue to work on getting yourself grounded. All right, so you are going to be flying and spending a lot of time on planes, and I mean flying physically, but also mentally. Like you tend to, I call it flying. You tend to space out, where you kind of will be driving along, and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm here. How did I get here? What happened to this town? What happened here? Okay, that's you flying in the other sense of the word. Okay. So you got to work on grounding. So water, touching earth, Epsom salt, salt water, that'll all help you ground. And if you find it getting even harder on the grounding aspect, find a crystal shop and get yourself a piece of flint and just keep it in your bra, and that'll help ground you.
Okay.
And then when you're at home, like myself, when I do my readings or I'm on tour with the Galaxy Psychic Fair and I'm doing readings, I have a Himalayan salt block that I use. And I put my feet on there and it helps, boom. And then we don't space out so much.
Okay.
Okay? All right. What can I do for you tonight?
Well, I want to know about the gentleman I'm seeing. His name is Chris, and I want to know, is he sincere?
Yes. Yes, he is. Okay? Now, with that being said, he has been burnt. Okay? So he is a little guarded, and he is scared to show, how do I say, his full affection, his full self at the moment, because he's scared to have his heart broken again.
Okay.
So it's going to take a little bit of understanding on your part to understand where he's coming from. For him to get the full trust. They're just giving me a lot of information, and I'm trying to pick what's relevant and what's not relevant. Okay, so unconditional love for him. Like, he needs to know you're going to be there no matter what.
Yeah.
Which you are going to be.
Yes.
Because you've already had a few little hiccups in the relationship. We'll just be honest about it. And you haven't ran away.
No.
And the little hiccups is him kind of testing. So think of it as when you say no to your kid and they push the button and they test you to see how far they can get. So he's just testing to see if you're going to stick around or not. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with this being said, okay, are you thinking of changing jobs?
I'm starting a new job on the 3rd of February. Brand new job.
Brand new job. Okay. This is going to be a good move, and you also have the opportunity to move up from there, because they're kind of showing me the step up and over. Okay. So whatever they throw at you for courses or office education, take it.
Okay.
It's only in your best interest. Okay. Now, are you going into a management position?
No, actually, I used to be a manager. Now I'm going into a frontline associate, no leadership. But I want leadership. I just took the job because the pay is great, and I saw it as a foot in the door.
Okay, so where are you at? Where are you at? That's good English now, isn't it? Where you are going to be at in the new position, you have the opportunity to go up to management, because they are showing me people under you. Okay? So it's just, you know how good you are. You just got to let them know how good you are.
I love it, yes.
Okay? So you own it, girl. You walk in there, you rock it, and you say, here it is.
Oh my God, I said, you are the best.
Take any education they're going to give you and just run with it, okay? So,
okay.
And show them that you're willing to do this, and show them that you have the management skills, and the pay raise is going to come with it. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a nice pay raise too.
Awesome.
Okay,
you
so
made my night.
Okay, they're showing me a house with the front porch and 3 pillars. Does that make sense to you?
I'll tell you what. I wrote down 3 questions before we started speaking. You are on my second question. You've answered the other 2. And that's exactly what I was about to ask you.
I jumped ahead of you. I'll just roll with it. Hey, I'll take the credit. I'm owning this here. Okay, so they're showing me walking out the front door, and there's basically a deck with 3 pillars, okay? There possibly is a fourth, but I'm kind of situated to the right. So there's going to be some kind of focus point off to the right. Does that make sense?
It doesn't now, but I'm sure it will.
Okay, you're going to know this is the perfect house because when you're in viewing the house, when you walk out, you're going to automatically look to the right and you're going to say, yes, this is it.
Oh my God, this is awesome.
See, I'm trying to figure out what it is because they're constantly making me want to go to the right. So there's something that's on your list for the perfect home. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes.
And where does the water fit into this?
Not real sure, but in the area that I want to move, most of them, the little developments, have ponds in the back.
Okay, because no, it's not ponds. It's like it's going to be a bigger body of water. So it's making me feel like it's going to be by the ocean, if that makes sense. Or a lake, a big lake.
A lake, okay. Not sure, but right now, to be honest with you, I live on the lake front.
Okay, so there is water, and you don't have 3 pillars, and the lake isn't off to the right?
The lake is off to the right, yeah.
Okay.
Right now.
So they're having me come out your house. Okay. No. It's basically you're going to be walking up. You're going to be in viewing the house. You're going to walk out, and to the right, whatever it is going to catch your eye. You're going to know immediately that that's the house for you. They're making me feel like it's going to be 3 bedrooms on the main floor, and then you're going to have either 1 or 2 in the basement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Wow.
And it's making me feel like you're going to be closer to your job. You're going to have less commute time.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. Yes.
All right, because that's what they're making me feel when they're showing me this.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Fia Johan. Fia Johan, live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to Talking About Success. I'm your host, Jack Canfield. You may know me as the #1 success coach in America, co-author of the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, and also the Success Principles, how to get from where you are to where you want to be. And this show is a lot about helping you get from where you are now to where you want to be. And we're going to help you do that today. I have a fabulous guest today with me, Fia Johansson. She is an amazing being who is going to share, I think, some powerful information that will transform your life with us today. She is a entrepreneur's coach, a coach of entrepreneurs, and also a keynote speaker. And those terms don't even begin to talk about the depth of who you are. So we'll unpack that a little bit. But welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. So tell us a bit about that. You know, you're a coach, you're a speaker. Tell us about yourself, some background perhaps, and a little bit about your work. Just
Sure.
get started.
After I got Master of Psychology, I asked myself, now what? Okay, you got Master of Psychology, you're in your practice 8 hours a day, and you're just listening to people who came in and just crying, feel anxious, not happy, not feeling okay, and always connected to themselves about their past, not looking forward for the future. Then how you can change this? Well, nobody teach us in high school and university what means conscious and subconscious. But I learned, and I felt, okay, you do have a Master of Psychology. You did a lot of businesses at the age of 22. So you know how to be or help all the entrepreneurs out there. And most of those amazing problems, they come from finance. Well, how can you help them to achieve faster? And instead, they're walking into your office and talk about, I can't do it, I'm not happy. They just focus on something that they can do it, and they will, and they are going to. And from there, I named myself Subconscious Mind Surgeon.
Subconscious Mind Surgeon.
How to hijack someone's subconscious mind, how to make him and her happier and healthier and wealthier about herself or himself, and how to make them to become successful. Just to know the secret between conscious and subconscious.
So let's unpack that for a minute, if you will. What is the secret to know between the conscious?
Well, what's happening in our life, who we are today, is all because of our subconscious. Mm-hmm. So how we attract things to ourselves? Because of our conscious. So if we consciously connecting to positivities, replace negative thought to positive thought. So subconsciously, we are attracting positivities, monies, energies, and people. You was the one that taught me in so many years how we can use our subconscious mind, our brain, to get what we want. Mm-hmm. So you've been my mentor for so many years, Jack.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to have been your mentor. I think in many ways you've gone beyond me and some of your understandings of this work and your ability to assist people with that, but thank you for the compliment.
Absolutely. I read all your books, and I was amazed by each of them.
Thank you.
And you taught me a lot, and I found the secret in between conscious and subconscious, which after so many years I'm teaching all my students, followers, fans, over 2 million followers, fans worldwide, and I'm talking about you so highly, and I'm telling them, just ask and receive. And they asking me, what do you mean ask? I said, well, Jack said ask and receive, because he always says ask, never just refuse to ask. And then they said, like, what is in between asking and receiving? And what is in between asking and subconscious mind? I said, well, you are asking. That means consciously you put yourself through on fear or no problem in whatsoever you can think in your business or in your private life. And subconsciously, when you are at sleep, your brain is starting to recognize, realize, and bring things to attention, to universe. And the frequencies will bring everything back to your life.
Beautiful. Beautiful. It really is all about frequencies and vibration.
Absolutely. We are all based on energies, and you know that, Jack.
I do. When you're teaching your students, in addition to what you just said, are there other things you do to teach them to raise their vibration, raise their frequencies?
Exactly.
Can you share some of those?
Well, some people ask me, how can I do that? Well, like on the way here, I just put on the music. I'm so excited. So everybody was like, oh, I love this music and I'm excited. I got excited. Like, yes, like you guys, I mean, they can easily do with some memories, something that they make them to feel happy. Let's say that we do have like a bad day or something had happened last week, we are not feeling happy. I was like, you know what? Change it, replace it. It's all thought. To me, there's no such thing as a bad thought and good thought. It's all thought. We are the producer of those thoughts. If I'm gonna have a drama in my life, so I produce a drama and became a drama queen. If I want action, I produce action. If I want calmness and happiness, I produce calmness and happiness and family movies. So just do it the way that you want. And it's all thought. And that's what people kind of think of, you're right. Yeah, replace it. Positive thought. Because this is all your thought. You can change it in a second and minutes. And that's what they do.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, you and I are involved in a book together.
Yes, we do.
Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yes, we do. I'm so excited.
Good.
Exactly. I am so excited about that book. And I'm so happy to co-author together with you. I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful. And I still can't believe that I've been asked by you. And I'm just so grateful. So a lot of people ask me, what is all about? What is all about success? And they ask me what means. Means that how you can easily, but very gradually and nicely succeed in what you want in your life. And it's all about strategy. What type of strategy of your life you have to choose or have in order to succeed. So Success Strategy book, for a lot of my students, followers, and fans, it's going to be the biggest book ever. They're going to change their life, and I know they will, and I know it's going to.
How do you define success for you?
To me, success means when you are happy, when you find your happiness. Success means you do things that you love. You feel things that you love. You connect with things that you love. And to me, success, divine with love.
Beautiful.
It's divine love.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, you're a producer of a film called The Game Masters, which I'm really eager to see. Talk about the movie.
Well, it's all about sex trafficking, human sex trafficking, human traffickings, and it's telling what's happening around us, around countries, Middle Eastern, and all other places. In that way, I would say I was very blessed to get connect with a lot of powerful people, police, law enforcement, who they would love to help me to bring it to a lot of people's attention, what's going on around us, around the world. And that taught me a lot, and I'm very happy and blessed that I could. And is still continuing, is still get going. We are going to have another movie which coming, and it's going to be almost continuing the same way, but we are going to let other people know about more political stuff, things which is behind and all this stuff. I know that there's a lot of people maybe not really like that when we look them in the eyes, but we're just trying to show people what's going on around and what means human trafficking, what means when a woman, beautiful, gorgeous ladies who came from other countries without knowing what she's going, where she's going, how she's doing, and what happened to her, and what else is going to happen in the world. So there's a lot behind it.
What drew you into that project?
Well, as you know, I'm also medium, so basically this is my bonus. So I'm working with law enforcement, police officers, private investigators, and also intelligence services. So I saw a lot with my own eyes. I feel a lot with my own heart. And I felt I need to make a movie. I need to bring it to attention to other people as well. They need to know about it. And this is the truth, the real truths of everything that we have on a daily basis, but we have no idea if it's going to exist or not. So that made me to feel that take an action, make movies, and let everybody knows about it.
So most people out there would say, oh, I see something, I'm going to make a movie. I mean, most people would feel overwhelmed by even committing to doing such a big thing.
It's hard. It's not easy. Making a movie is not easy. Being a producer is not easy because you have to connect with a lot of people. And in Hollywood, well, as I always says, there is impossible Hollywood and impossible Hollywood. So you have to get connected with impossible, but to me, because I just choose the name as Impossible Hollywood, everything has to say yes, and they're gonna just go for it, and we are going to shake hands. But it was hard. It was not easy, and having the commitment to a lot of people, let them to commit with you, make their promises come around, and get things move on. It's just not easy. It wasn't easy, but I believe in one thing. If you want to do something, and if you do have enough belief in what you are doing and the message that you want to send to the world, then universe will help you no matter what. So that's what universe helped me. So I found most amazing actors and actress. I found amazing, basically investors, and I found amazing A-list actress who basically wanted and would love to get in touch and get in tune with it. And I loved the way that they wanted to, kind of get engaged and shaking hand with me and just say, we are here for you. For whatever you are doing, we are here to support you.
Beautiful. Is the movie a drama or a documentary, or what's the...
It's drama.
Drama.
Yeah, action drama.
Very good. Well, good for you. That's impressive.
I have another things that coming out soon. Next movie. Maybe I should just make a movie of your life.
That's already been done.
Well, we can do another version.
Okay.
You just said that you birthed again about 2 days ago.
I went through a very transformative experience just a week ago, and I feel very different. So maybe we'll make a movie about that.
Definitely. For sure.
I'm just wondering who you'll cast as me. That'll be interesting.
It's going to be, I'm so sure. I'm also working with a lot of charities, and I open my own charities because I believe through knowledge, people can understand themselves better. They can fool each other. They can hate each other. So basically, through knowledge, you can really find through yourself and build yourself up. So that's why I built my Cultivating Knowledge, charity or foundation, which is there's a lot of celebrities already been involved and helped me on that, and I'm very thankful and grateful for that as well. And also, I'm co-authoring book with Jiu-Jitsu master in United States. He was the one who basically brought Jiu-Jitsu to United States, or his family basically found the Jiu-Jitsu. And I have to take you there because you need to definitely train with Riga Machado. So he's trained all celebrities, A-list celebrities in Beverly Hills, and you name it, he's trained.
Wow, that's great.
And he's an awesome guy, like humble, like nice teddy bear, so kind in so many ways, and I know you're gonna love him.
Oh, I look forward to that. That's exciting. So
yeah, would love to co-author with him and just tell about his success stories, because it's amazed me. I mean, I cried when he started to tell about himself and telling what he did. I almost cried. I was like, wow, couldn't even believe that you went through all those things, and then wow, that's amazing success that you have, and all celebrities, one after each other, just like walking to his academy. It was like, wow, I'm amazed by you, man. What type of power you have? Tell me about your secret. And he always says, well, you know my secret, Fia? Subconscious mind, huh? He's funny.
It's beautiful, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. There are so many stories that need to be told. So many people walking the planet who have these inspirational lives, and the people need more of that. I think we need a few less Transformer movies and a few more stories like that to really talk about true transformation.
Exactly.
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 Coming.
Yeah, good for you.
It's coming. It's coming.
So, is there if you had like one main message for everyone out there, like, what would you say to them? What do you want to impart to people?
Well, there's two messages out there, basically. One of my most important message to you guys who basically wants to open new businesses, became an entrepreneur and not knowing what to do. So find a good investors, find a good productive group of people, and number 3, just get into the market and nail it. And my second message, you already have a company and you are already successful, but you are tired and you don't know where to go and what to do because you just feel bored and you want to make more money, but not more money coming. Well, my advice is hire the coach and mentor, me and Jack. We know how to do to make you to feel fun, happy, and connected to yourself again. Because there's a lot of successful people already. You guys make money, they make money. They do not have any problem of making money. But happiness, they do have issues with happiness. Mm-hmm. How they can connect with themselves, with their own soul. And how can I just feel satisfied? I feel satisfied when it comes to my family, when it comes to money, when it comes to my, 7 Ferraris, Lamborghinis, whatever, but I'm not still satisfied with myself. Well, we can help you guys to feel satisfied with your soul, together with Jack.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Now, obviously, you have your book, you have your coaching programs, you do mediumship, all this stuff. If people want to get in touch with you to find out more, take advantage of what you have to offer, where do they go?
Well, I do have a very strong social media, Persian Medium. So it's very strong. It's over 1,300,000 of followers, which I'm very grateful and happy for that. I have my Facebook, which is about 500,000 followers, which is I'm grateful and thankful for that. I have PersianMedium.com, which if you guys go to PersianMedium.com, they can get all the news worldwide. And some people, they want to just like have some conversation with me kind of on the phone in a confidential way. They don't want to mention about their name. A lot of celebrities basically are communicating with me through that platform because they don't want to bring about their names or whatever it is. So it's Avid Advice, AVIDadvice.com. It's actually the secure and safe platform for all of you to just connect with me and ask me any questions from A to Z, and I'm here to help you out.
Beautiful. So now I understand you're working on another book too. Can you share with us what that is?
This is actually the book that I do with my husband. So me as a woman, he as a man. We are thinking how we are almost connecting with each other, like he's a pizza type of slide when it comes to his mind, his strategies, the feelings, or his life when it comes to the wife, to the kids, and everything. And I'm actually the sweet cake layers, which basically woman has life as a sweet cake, layers by layers by layers, but man has like a pizza sliders, like, you know what, this is a slide of my life, which is my career, the another slide is actually, my wife, my kids, and my friends, and other stuff. So, but through that book, we are going to share why a lot of men and women, after 5 years, after 6 years, they feel bored and they can't handle each other anymore, and there is no sweet love anymore in between them. And why men and women, after 6 and maybe 10 years, not understanding each other's or each other's language, and the sex life is not actually working. What's going on? The same chemistry who was about 10 years ago is not even working anymore. So how you can hit this up with knowing how this pizza slide and the sweet cake layers work together.
That's beautiful. That's so good, because the statistic is that 50% of all marriages end in divorce. So there's something in there about gluten-free. We won't go there, but we'll get.
I love that.
We'll
Actually, that's fantastic. I love it.
But I think it's going to be such a contribution to so many people. So I'm really happy you're doing that.
Oh, thank you.
What's your husband's name? Let's give him a.
Rick.
Rick.
Yeah,
right,
Mr. Rick. So Rick is an amazing entrepreneur. Fantastic dad, an amazing husband, and I mean it. I'm a busy woman, 24 hours and 7 days, working with a million projects, but he is also doing the same things, but he's always there for our kids. We have 3 boys, 1 and 2.5, 5.5, and 7.5, as I remember. So, and they love him so much, and I'm so happy and lucky to have him as a husband, because without him, I wouldn't really become a successful person today. Because when you have everything cozy and happy at home, kids is happy and they're connected to themselves, then make you to feel powerful to continue, encourage you to trying to bring, money, love, passion, whatever they want in their life. But if he wasn't there, I wouldn't even do any of those, because my mind couldn't even actually settle in one thing, focus on one thing, and I couldn't be a multitasker.
Beautiful. Well, good for him and good for you.
Thank you.
I'm so happy. I'm looking forward to the book.
Me too. Let's see if women gonna hate him or love him, or if men gonna love me or hate me. I don't know. Let's say we figure it out later on.
I'm sure we will. Great.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Why you choose me to co-author with me?
I think you're an amazing being. You're one of the most fascinating people I've ever met. And I think you have deep, deep wisdom to impart with the world. And I want that wisdom out there. So anything I can do to support that in getting your message out, your energy out, having people realize you're a resource that's valuable, I would do that in a minute.
And by the way, I am also invited for 2 shows, like a reality shows, which is on their production already. Hopefully coming next year, and I would love to have you in one of my shows.
I would love to.
I can't wait.
My pleasure.
I can't wait.
I can't wait either. It's exciting.
It's super exciting.
Well, I just see you at the top of a cliff, just diving off into the space and doing amazing things.
Yeah, exactly. Well, always my husband says, when someone says no to you, you get more challenge. I says, of course. Then never say no to me. So I was that's exactly what I say no to you, because I know exactly how to challenge you. So no to me is all challenge, and challenge to me is happiness, love, and prosperity. And I think challenge means that change the directions, feel happy again, and find your niche. Just every each of us has some talent, but not every each of us knows exactly how to use this talent. And just tap into the abilities that you have, that I always tell you guys. And I read all your books, and that's exactly what you says all the time. Find the real purpose of your life, and when you find the real purpose, then you know how to live. And that's exactly what I did. I found my purpose. My purpose is all about helping others, as you do.
Very true. Very true. Very true. Yeah. My purpose has always been inspiring and empowering people to live their highest vision. Exactly. The highest power, the divine energies, the divine love. And everything actually is possible with divine love. Everything. Everything. I think we'll end with that. That's a good statement. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
All right, so you heard it here, and it's all available to you, and you deserve it. And so there are many places to go to receive that, but this woman here is one of the great supporters of your evolution. And so it's think about this as we end this show, that so many times opportunities come in front of you to actually give you the very thing you're looking for. And sometimes we pass it up. So don't do that this time. Take advantage of what she has to offer you. So thanks for joining us. Remember, everything's possible with divine love. You are divine love. And we're all here together to serve each other. And so I hope tonight or today, whenever you're watching this, that you've been served by us. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week on Talking About Success.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today? Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tanya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl here in Sunday Creek, Victoria. I'm laughing because I've had a bit of fun with the reception. So as far as I know, it's good here, and as far as Dave knows, it's good there. So fingers crossed we can get this across the line today. So I hope everyone's week has been great. We're well into 2020 now, which is pretty cool. For those of you that are still struggling or having things come up for you, know that they're things that we need to look at. And I've had that a lot with readings over the last 4 weeks, is to revise you're being shown needs improvement or you need to look at. So this can be relationships. It can be where you're situated at home or at work. There might be things that are coming up for you that you're struggling to deal with. The better that you take the time to deal with what is needed, the better 2020 is going to be for you. So bear that in mind. It's a really powerful year, but we want to really be in alignment. So for a lot of us, it's just sorting out who's on our side or who's on our team, who's maybe not, and we need to let that relationship go. Get somebody that's on the same wavelength as you as a bit of an accountability partner or friend. Think the problem shared is halved, as we know. And sometimes it's just about being able to have somebody to thrash things out with, I say, like have a bit of a conversation of any area that you're struggling with. Find a friend to be able to have that conversation with, and you will be shown signs. And, often we can help each other out by, listening to somebody else's version of it and seeing what sits right with us. So sometimes just being able to verbalize it, share it amongst others, then we feel a bit of relief with our problem. And for a lot of people at the moment, there are little things that are being blown up. So energetically, we're finding things can be taken out of concept or, in the wrong proportion. So, we're getting a bit muddled. So just be careful on clarity around not only what you're saying, but what you're interpreting that people are saying. Don't take things personally. I feel like the last few days, it's a little bit of a tendency for some to be taking things personally or the wrong way. So it's just a little reminder that I wanted to say there to, say, look, it is relative. We're all kind of going through that energetically. And if we're just aware of it and go, yep, okay, here's some different tools that we have to be able to help each other. And, anything worked out as a team will be more successful. And 2020 really is about collaboration and working in with others. So I always like to help out, friends. I've got a lot of other associates that do the same work as I do. And, we will nut things out together. And, we back and forward to each other, different ideas, and it's a great way to get clarity on things. So I encourage you to do the same. Have a chat to friends, or, might be an acquaintance that you just feel comfortable enough to trust their opinion on, and, ask for some guidance from them as well. So, sometimes it's just a little tiny hints of things that come up for us, and that, the way that we are given guidance for all of us is different. But a really big one, and you often hear me say this, is you have a conversation with somebody, and during that conversation there'll be some kind of message that, your inner guidance goes, ha, that's a really great message for me. So don't lose or don't, be out of touch enough not to get that, because there's a lot of that going on. and you will find the answers. Everything can be worked out. You just remember that is the case. That's just a case of sometimes taking time and being a little bit patient, which, hey, I don't have great patience, and I assume a lot of you are the same. So we get a bit impatient, but, the reminder to come back to self is a really good one. Come back to your own inner guidance. Focus on your meditation, whatever that may be for you. It might be exercising. It might be sitting quietly, whatever it is, to come back to being able to listen to that inner guide and get clarity on it. All right, that's my insights for this week. I'm going to go on to my first caller. I've got Gina in Cape May, New Jersey. Gina, how are you? Let's see if we got reception. Hi, Gina, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Oh, yay, cool. I can hear you really well. How are you today?
Hello, how are you?
Good. Now, is there something you want me to focus on with connecting for you today?
Yes, my happiness.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask, there's a lady stepping in spirit, and I felt like I wanted to go to Mum in regards to you. It's like she's motherly, and she's stepping in to put a hand out to you and go, it's like a congratulations. So you've taken a leap of faith here, is what she's showing me.
She's what?
Showing me that you've taken a leap of faith.
Taking a leap of faith. Okay.
Yes. There's something you've changed up, and I feel like I want to go towards the end of last year. You made a decision and you've changed your circumstances, or you put the ball in motion. So it's almost like, and the question to your happiness is you've started the ball rolling. So it's like I'm gradually getting some how can you say, you're getting signs that things are changing and that your happiness is working out for its highest good. But it's almost like this lady in spirit's coming in, telling you, well done, you've taken the first step. So that to me is like you're already on that path, and well done for getting it straight. And I do want to say, she's shown me you've let go of, it's like you've changed your personal circumstances. There's stuff that you've let go of that you used to do. You don't do it anymore.
I'm not sure what that could be.
Okay. I feel like it's some set of habits that it's almost like, I feel like it's something that was a little bit not for your highest good, and you've made changes around that. There's also, what she's showing me is there's a letting go of people that no longer serve you. So for you last year, it's like you worked out who's on your team and who's not. So now coming into this year, I'm surrounded by supportive people, whereas I feel maybe there was some that weren't as supportive for you, that you had to let go. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's another one of well done, and go you. Now, I want to say that there's something around what you're doing, and with this, I want to sort of go to career, but there's something around changes there, or you've started to, have you started to study something different, or it's like you're changing what you do?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Have you looked into changing? Because I see you doing further study, and it's something different. It's like you're changing up what you're doing.
Yes.
It's a little bit like, I'm getting that time for a change for you. And it's almost like what you have been doing, it's served its purpose, but now I want to go for something different. And I see what they're showing me, something different is working with people a little bit more one-on-one, or it's a little bit more face-to-face contact for you.
Okay.
All right. So
I do have that now with my career.
Do you? Well, it's like it's a deepening of that. So it's like, I don't know, more intensive, or you're going to get another qualification that'll be added to what you're already doing, and I'm expanding out on what I'm already doing.
Okay.
With that, and with that also, there's something around groups, so getting like-minded people together. And it's almost like I see you doing some facilitation around that. So I'm bringing in those that need to be connected and brought together. Can I also ask you about your relationship? There's something around that with, it's like I've changed the type of partner that I'm looking for. I'm deepening that connection. Where does that fit? It's weird.
My ex came back into my life and broken promises and broke my heart again. And we do no longer have contact.
Perfect. So exciting. It's almost like you had to get rid of that. He came back for that lesson, and it's like, now I'm ready for somebody else to step in. But it's like, it's almost like I want to say to you, you need to step up a little bit with getting out and meeting. It's like there will be another one around, but we need to step out and break the mold. So it's doing different things to what you're doing at the moment.
Okay.
And I do want to say, this is going back to what Spirit's showing me about you. Well done, because you did call it, and you let your head rule your heart, but there is going to be a benefit from that. So it's like, don't be disheartened with what you've been through. There's somebody really lovely to step up for you.
Okay.
All right. So don't lose faith, because you've got some really great things around you. You've got a beautiful heart, and this lady in Spirit's like showing me, you've got so much love to give, and you're such a sharer and a nurturer that you deserve somebody that's equal to you, and that's who I see stepping in.
Okay.
So don't lose. I know sometimes we get a little bit disheartened when we've had a really negative experience, but for you it's like you're done with the negative experiences now. So I'm ready now to step into someone new.
Yeah.
But I want to change things up. So I feel like I want to go dancing, or I need to meet people. For you, it's a little bit, I feel like there's something around it's hard, or you're not out and meeting others very much, so it can be difficult to connect with somebody else. But I see you physically going out and meeting them. It's not just online, or, I feel like I'm physically doing things where I connect with like-minded souls. There's also something about outdoors, and I feel like I'm hiking or I'm on an adventure. So I don't know whether that's to do with you having a vacation but I feel like you're getting out and about.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like I see something around that as well. So it's almost like meeting up with people from different walks of life and connecting with others. And I feel like that's where you're going to connect in with this, romantic connection is going to be doing the things that you love to do, because you'll have that in common.
Okay.
All right? And
yes.
In regards to, also want to, just before I wrap up, show me in regards to health, I want to say to you, things are working out. So I don't know whether there has been a bit of a struggle and I feel like you're coming out of that, but there's something about, don't worry about health, it's all good.
Good.
You made me say that. Yeah. So
thank you.
A lot of that can be when we're carrying other people's stuff. It makes us heavy and harder to move through things, but the gorgeous lady, I want to say something around grace with her, and it's like she's saying to me, tell her she's going to be okay. So, yeah, I had to pass that on.
Thank you.
My pleasure. All right, Gina, I've got to go on to my next caller. Thank you so much for calling in. Keep me posted.
Thank you so much for the reading. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, I have got Kim in Phoenix, Arizona. Kim, how are you? Got a slight delay happening there. Hi, Kim. Can you hear me? Okay. She's getting there. We've had, like I said, a little bit of a challenging connection today, but, that happens, and we normally have a great connection. So just for whatever reason, it's been a little bit up and down. So we're hoping to get Kim back on. Always know that if you are, if we do get stuck with you, you can contact me, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, on Facebook and Instagram. You can message me for those that, if we do lose you via a reading, because I hate for people to drop out, but I know the guys on the radio here always make sure you'll get in somewhere. So if you drop out from me, no doubt the next reader will be your destination. And usually it's funny how it works. It's kind of how it's meant to be. All right, we've got Kim back. Hi, Kim.
Hi. Yes, I'm so sorry. I got disconnected.
That's all right. We've had a day.
I'm doing all right.
What's been happening with you? Did you have something you want me to focus on, Kim?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I don't know do I need to tell you my birth date or anything like that?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to ask about my love life, and my boyfriend's in prison. And so, I just want to know if he's the one and if it's the right person for me. Because he is a drug addict. I'm afraid once he gets out, it may not be good.
This has happened for a reason. He's been put aside. So I feel, and what Spirit's coming through showing me is, no, he's not the one. And I'll be honest with you there. But I also want to be honest with you because there's been a lot of work that you've done about your own personal self-development, and we don't want that to go backwards. And I want to say you're quite intuitive and sensitive. So what happens when you're highly tuned and very sensitive, you can be, we're all influenced by who we're with, but I do want to say that anyone that struggles, and you're with somebody that's constantly struggling, it doesn't help you personally. So it's a little bit like you're being dragged back. I do want to say with the chap in prison, he's got his own lessons that he's come in here to learn, and he needs to do that on his own. So it's almost like he could come out and you can help him, but it's not actually helping him. He needs to go through, he's chosen this challenge in his life, but I don't see it being in alignment with you. So to me, that's when I'm shown, no, I don't feel he's the one. I really don't. Okay. I feel he's got the potential to change. Okay. I do feel he's got that potential, as we all do, but I really feel like he's been pulled away from you for that reason, for you to step forward in what you need to do. And it's almost like, I want to say, what Spirit's showing me is you've got your confidence back since he's been away. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, it's like, it's almost like you've been shown that when there's that separation, you're actually getting back to you. You have many gifts and talents, but you're not utilizing him. And it's almost like he's been a bit of a distraction for you. He's stopped you doing what you need to do. Not that he's said that you can't, but your focus has been on him. And this year for you, it's about stepping up for what you need to be doing for you. There's something really creative and that you're really good at that you've given up or you're not doing anymore. And it's like Spirit is showing me they really want you back doing this.
Oh, wow. Okay, right. Awesome.
Right.
Yeah, he just really broke my heart. So I really appreciate you telling me that. And so I just kind of been feeling like maybe we shouldn't be together for several weeks. So I just wasn't sure,
Yeah.
And he just said it with my nerve. Yeah.
Oh, and it's heartbreaking, Kim. I totally understand. It's easy for me to stand here and say, no, this is what I'm getting. But I also want to say, and I can tell that in your voice, that you deep down know what I'm saying to you is correct. And it's like it's been in the back of your mind, but it's just the case of Spirit saying to me, tell her. I do want to say there's a male connecting.
A male what?
Like a male that's already passed in spirit, who's almost like stepping in for you. He's a very strong man. He's quite tall. And I feel like he wore a hat. I even feel like he's a bit like me. He had some sort of hat on. But he's really stepping in to be around you. So it's like I'm protecting her. He's almost like he's got that feeling to me like Archangel Michael, who is someone that protects you and helps keep you safe. So I feel like he's around and he's not going to let you go back. We're moving forward. I also feel like I'm being shown.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being shown also there's something around you tossing up with moving, and I feel like that's going to transpire. There's an opportunity or somebody saying to you, come over here, I want you to come, and I feel like I'm relocating. So that's what Spirit's showing me for you.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I've been thinking about moving. And yeah, I've had somebody in another town encouraging me to move outside of Phoenix for safety reasons. And so I've just kind of been putting that on hold. I'm actually living in a hotel. Wow.
There you go. So you're moving. So, yeah. So it's like, I want to say, and it's funny because Spirit is showing me like this, like I'm wiping my hands clean. So I'm fresh start. It's time to make the change. And it's like when you do that with the relocation, you're going to have opportunities around work, doing some great things, and getting back to yourself. It's really important also that you connect to the land and the trees. There's something around you going back into nature, and I see you doing that with the move. So I don't know whether there's trees or there's nature around where you're looking at going, but there's something around you getting out in amongst the nature and getting back it's like you have all these gifts.
In the mountains.
Yeah, you've got all these gifts, and it's like you're not using them. But, just opening them back up again, you're going to be blown away.
Wow, I am blown away. Yeah, so I think this is awesome. And, just talking about my guardian angel, I do sense that often, so I do feel like I have dreams and I have visions of a spirit, and so, but I thought it was a woman, so this is this is interesting.
Well, there's often that you have a few, but I felt like with this male, I feel like he's a relative, so I feel like this is somebody in spirit from your family, and it's about him stepping in, and there's something around strength and wisdom with him, and that's what you have. You have that inner guidance. You're quite psychic and spiritual, and it's like he comes from that as well. So there's some part in your lineage that he is from, and
maybe it's
stepping
my father.
in for you.
Yeah, I mean, my father always wore a hat, and he was really tall. I don't know.
There you go. Well, it's like he's protecting you. It makes sense that he would be your dad. He wasn't necessarily revealing that to me, but he just came in really strong. So it's almost like as you move through this and the challenges, of course, with changing everything up, is calling him and asking him for really strong guidance as well. So it's not to say you've still got your guardian angel, but it's like Dad's there to go, yep, I'm here to help you.
Yeah,
he wants to guide you. Yeah, and it's almost like, I don't know whether he can get the opportunity.
Really tall.
Yeah.
Smoked a cigar.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. And it's like he maybe didn't get the chance to guide you as well as he would have liked in life, so he wants to come and do it in spirit. We lost him. That's okay. Well, I'm nearly out of time anyway, but for Kim, know that Dad is around, and it's like, coming through strongly today is just confirmation on that. And, he will always be there to guide you. But I'd love to hear about how you go, and, I can't wait to see you moving and, bringing about those changes. So it's sometimes as hard as it may be to put that in place. It's like, for Kim and many of you listening, so don't forget a lot of these messages that come through for others, if there's some kind of resonance with what I'm saying, or you get goosebumps as you listen to this show, know that these messages can be for you as well. So there are many people in a similar situation to Kim where they are making changes, they are getting shown that maybe relationships aren't 100% and they need to make that change. So look for the guidance, and for Kim, it's her dad there saying, come on, I'm going to show you a new way. I'm going to show you a new path. And, we're wiping the slate clean. This year is going to be big for that, for many of you. So please know that when you're getting signs, it might be, I feel like I need to move. I've got itchy feet. It might be the job that I'm doing, suddenly I'm not feeling like that's where I want to be. It might be, it might be I feel like I need to do some exploring. So that might be like going away for a weekend if you're working through the week. All of these things are coming up for us so that we can make the changes that really the universe is giving us signs to do. So if you're getting massive signs, and a lot of people come to me and they say, I don't know what that is, or is that a sign? Hell yeah, it's a sign. It is what it is. We get signs. It's like we get little taps. It's a little bit like that saying, you get tapped, you get a few knocks, and you get a whack, right? If you're getting signs and you're not paying attention, they get louder and they get stronger. Acknowledge the signs around you. Take note of what you're getting shown, and you will be divinely guided. And trust me on this, it never fails. So, yes, 2020 is about getting out of your comfort zone. Yes, it's about saying yes to things that might scare you. But I do want to say, don't sit in fear because, you're scared to do something. It's like jump and then worry about it later if that's what you need to do. All right? This year's for making stuff happen. Do it. Much love and blessings to you, Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. I will see you same time, same place next week. Woohoo!
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where, let me see, it's a little late now. It's been a week, but I bet if I open up my window, because I'm so near Times Square, I do this every year, I could probably hear the echoes of the million people who are out there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the echo is still bouncing around the concrete canyons of the city of New York. So here we are in the third decade of the 21st century. Now, if that doesn't sound like Buck Rogers' time, I don't know. I mean, I still remember when I had to call a guy to put a new tube into the TV set. And here we are in the solid state environment of the third decade of the 21st century. I am glad to be here. I missed a few shows. I should explain that to everybody. I was getting along nice and peacefully and happy, and everything was going well just before Christmas when my doorbell. And who was there but Mr. Influenza knocked me out, and I had and not terrible flu. I've had a year and a half ago, I think it was. I had the worst flu of my life, but this was bad enough. You could probably hear my voice is a little raspy still, and my nose is a little clogged. But I'm here. I was afraid that if I went on the air, I would give everybody else a flu. I know it doesn't work that way, but I feel that way. I feel a bond between the people I talk to and myself, and I would hate to get you infected. But we've got a lot of new stuff coming up for this year. I've got plans for 2020. One of the things tarot does so well is it lets you look into the future. And I didn't need that for this. I have my own plans for the future, and I'm going to explain to you. I've been doing this for a number of years now, and and strictly radio. I'm just a radio guy. I love radio. I just it's so intimate, and it's just my voice in your head and your voice coming back to me. It's beautiful. And but I'm going to force myself into the 21st century, and I will be doing a few video shows this year, so you can see me messing around with the cards. You can see me doing that. We're working out the details just to get a good look, but I will be doing that. I am so into radio that I once did a time travel meditation not all that long ago, and I went back to 1946, and I attended the recording of a Bing Crosby radio show in Rockefeller Center in Radio City. How do you like them apples? Anybody can do it. And by the way, that was the whole thing. Bing Crosby owned the rights to the thing called a tape recorder. Look into that sometime. It's like the guy wasn't rich enough, right? He owned the tape recorder. The tape recorder, nobody cared about it for radio. They wanted it to be live. But Crosby was notoriously lazy, and he loved the idea that a tape recorder meant that he didn't have to do the show at any particular time. He could do it at his own convenience. So I went back in time, and I had a ball. I had a great time doing that. And now, how do you do time travel meditation? Simple. Now, if you think I'm going to say I've written a book on that and go right into a plug, forget it. This is not a plug for me at all. There's a wonderful book out there. It's been around for years and years. It's a slim little volume, and it's called Practical Time Travel. You should check that out. You can find it at used book places, websites. eBay generally has a few of them. They're not expensive at all, and it'll provide you with wonderful experiences. It's called Practical Time Travel. One of the most interesting things that I found you can do with it is go back to things in your life that you wish you could redo. Now, for those of you who say it's all in your mind, everything is all in your mind. Everything we see is, this is going to sound freaky, but everything we see and hear and smell and touch and taste is just a hallucination that our brain creates based on the sensory input that these organs, our eyes and ears and skin receive, because it's all happening. Now, the real question is the mind alone, or is everybody's mind connected? Now, we've all had that experience where we say, this happened to me just a few days ago. We were sitting here discussing a friend of ours in Chicago, and the phone rang, and guess who it was? Our friend from Chicago. So we've all had those things happen. So the question is there such a thing as a group mind? And you can find some interesting discussions on YouTube about that. Just look into, what is his name? Sheldrake, Rupert Sheldrake. He's a scientist who is so radical in his thinking that other scientists have called for his books to be burned. How do you like that for the Dark Ages? You don't even need to go back to Galileo, folks. There's a scientist operating today who is called a heretic. There's a wonderful article in a British newspaper about him that refers to him as going against scientific dogma. Now, what in the world is science doing with dogma? Forget it. So now I'm bringing this up for several reasons. Most of them are self-serving, of course. People who are really severely into science, and that's just a cop-out as far as I'm concerned. It's just a way to avoid reality as we make it. They will tell you that things like tarot don't work. They will tell you that things like telekinesis, making things move with your mind, doesn't work. I don't know how to say it other than it works. That sounds like a silly argument, but anybody can do it and anyone can try it. And if you can, let's say it's imagination, all of this stuff like time travel through meditation. It has been shown time and again in the world of science that imagining an event happening to you has exactly the same effect on your body as actually having that experience happen, because there's no difference. Everything we see is our mind. I go into that. Here comes the plug. I go into that in my own book called Reverend Elliot Explains It All, about the nature of reality and what it is and what it isn't. We make it, but it's reality is what we all agree upon. Reality is the hallucination that we find in common. Now the question is, do we all see the same thing? It gets deep. And science won't go into that because they feel it's mystic. It's the province of religion, they think, which is, what overlaps more between science and religion than quantum physics? Mercifully, that's breaking down these barriers that have been erected since the Dark Ages. So that's good. And we're going to engage in a practical demonstration of that today. That's right. Right now, we're going to be reading the tarot cards. Now, remember, I said that looking at tarot, you can see the future, but you can also do something if you don't like what you see. You can do something if you do like what you see. You can make it stronger. You can make it better. The future is a very strange thing because it doesn't really exist. You know, it's always now. You know, it's like that, remember from Alice in Wonderland, or was it Alice Through the Looking Glass? The law was jam yesterday and jam tomorrow, but never jam today. You know, it's like that sign they used to have in the old saloons that said free beer tomorrow, and then you come back tomorrow, ask for free beer. See, there goes my the remnants of that flu, and they'll point to the sign and say, "Sorry, Mac, free beer tomorrow." And that's the nature of time. That is actually one of the most profound examples of why we shouldn't be wasting so much time fretting about the future, since the future never really comes in that regard. But we can take a look at what the potential future is. That's the beauty of tarot. People have been using tarot cards for hundreds, some say thousands of years. You can also see that in my book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is a book that'll teach you how to do what you hear me doing here every week when I'm, erect, when I'm upright, when I'm not horizontal with a thermometer in my mouth. Pardon me. There it goes again. So I'm just glad to be back. I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. And, I slept through my birthday even. I was just so sick. My birthday falls shortly after New Year's. So it's always a New Year for me. No, here's the good news, though. I've been doing readings for people. This is the time of year that people get readings to look at private readings to look into the year ahead. And so because so many people do it only this time of year, I take 15% off the price, and I call it my year-end special. But I'm pushing that forward a little bit. I think I had to do the same thing last year. I get these colds and flus like clockwork at New Year. So I'm expanding that. So we're going to keep it going into 2020. So if you want to contact me for a private reading, anywhere from a $10 email reading all the way up to an hour or more, you can check out the prices at magic-works.com, magick-works.com. There's a whole bunch of stuff there at my website that I do. Then we'll knock off 15%. If you want to take off a little more, we'll take off a little more. It's a new year. We got to celebrate. We've got to give back. We're going to do something to honor the return of the whole cycle. It's January again, my favorite month. Honestly, I don't know why January is my favorite month, except I like it. Maybe it's because I like beginnings, which is kind of odd because I really don't like change. I find change inordinately stressful. And yet here I enjoy when the calendar flips and it's new. So there you go. Time for some readings. Here's what we're going to do, what we do every show. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. I've already got some candles burning. I've got the frankincense burning. Oh, we've got a beautiful environment to get mystical and look into the future and look into the past and look into our lives. That rarely happens, by the way. People rarely consult a tarot reader to look into the past, but we can do that. That kind of stuff is fun. So anyway, we are going to declare sacred space as the show goes on. I'll tell you a bit more about what I do, how you can contact me, how you can find books that will help change your life. But let's dive right into it because I miss doing this. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for our first reading, and that is for Alyssa in St. Louis, Missouri. Hi, Alyssa. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing tonight?
How are you? I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Like I said, I was knocked out with a flu for a couple of weeks, but I'm back, and I'm glad to be back. So what can I look at for you?
Well, I just recently lost my grandpa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
He was oh, thank you.
So would you like to look to see if there's anything surrounding that?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, let's see what we've got. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a bit. So you're looking particularly for a message from him?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, so let's see. I always preface these kind of readings by saying I don't do them very often, but when the cards give definite indications that I can do it, I enjoy doing that because there's so much. There's so little we know about the other side, as we put it. But let's just see what we've got here. Well, I'm getting cards. They're fascinating cards. First and foremost, there are two cards that I look for when I do readings of this sort to see if I'm on the right track. And one of them is the death card, which, of course, symbolically will refer to passing. And I just got that card. So we're on the right track here. Oddly enough, now the cards I got are very happy. They're showing growth and movement and energy and success and a person who's in a place that's very contented. The Ace of Cups is there, which is the beginning of happiness and joy and emotion, positive emotions. The Seven of Rods is a person who can sweep away all obstacles, and the World is a card that means great success. And of course, in terms of death, now, this is the other card that I talk about. I said there are two cards I look for when I do this kind of reading. The other one is the High Priestess, which is a person who sees behind the veil, and I just got that card too. So this is a reassurance that, yes, I am making contact here on your behalf. And I'm seeing a person who is content and who is happy. And there's a card here called the Four of Swords, which is about a person who is taking a break from things. In life readings, that's, it's about time to pull back and relax and let things just to percolate. And that's what I'm seeing, is that we're seeing a person who the struggles are over. The Seven of Rods is about sweeping away obstacles, which means troubles and obstacles. But it's a good card, but it still meant that there were obstacles. So what I'm seeing is somebody whose troubles are over, who's relaxing, who the world means part of the whole world now, and the Ace of Cups means of a happy time. I think that what we're seeing here is a person who has run his course on Earth and in the next phase of existence is quite content and quite happy and doing quite well. Now that could lead to something new. It could continue, but I'm not getting anything indicating any terrible suffering or loss or pain. I'm seeing somebody who has just naturally gone to the next side. And the High Priestess shows that we are looking at the life behind the veil. What kind of person was he?
He was a very happy person. He always was smiling. He struggled. He was sick for a very long time. He had cancer. So he always, when he was in and out of the hospital, he was always smiling in his hospital bed. He always tried to make everyone else smile.
That's absolutely perfect, considering that the card I have here that I started with is the Ace of Cups. The aces are beginnings, and that's happiness and joy. This is a person who made other people happy, and that's reflected in that card. The sweeping away of obstacles, of course, that will relate to the difficulties of the final years because of the illness, but something that he dealt with easily and handily, and took it as it came. And now we see a person who's at rest and at peace, and that's just, it's a beautiful reading that way. And I think there's nothing to be. I mean, obviously, we're always sad when we lose somebody, and nobody should tell you how you should feel about it. But it's just something to consider, that what the cards are showing is a person who is at peace and who is still happy. That's why it's amazing what you tell me about him, because the first card I had was about great happiness. So there you go. So I think he's doing fine where he is. I hope that helps, Alyssa.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
And as soon as the show is over, I'm going to light a nice white candle to send positive energy in your name to his spirit. How is that?
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And let's let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Reverend Elliot, that's me, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner. If you want to know more about what I do, and gee, that was a nice reading. And, death is such a creepy thing, because somebody's here and then somebody isn't. There's so much poetry written over the years by people about that, about death, and yet it could very well be the beginning of something else, or the continuation of it. There's there's an old story. I mean old. I don't mean old like black and white television. It's somebody asked the Buddha how many lifetimes we go through, and Buddha said, "Imagine a mountain, and a bird flies over the mountain with a silk scarf in the bird's beak, and the scarf brushes across the mountain, and the bird appears once every 1,000 years. We exist as long as it takes that scarf to wear down that mountain." Now, that's heavy stuff, So we may be in this for the long haul. We may all be doing this again and again and again. Who knows? But there was an interesting set of cards there. So anyway, you want to know more about what I do and things that I can do for you and with you, check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com. That's where you'll find the price list for tarot readings. And remember, it's 15% off for the new year. Lisa in Santa Fe, New Mexico is next. Hi, Lisa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I can't believe it. I still remember celebrating when 1965 rolled around.
You don't.
I can't. Another year old.
That was an interesting story you shared about the Buddha and the number of incarnations.
Yeah, that's. I don't know to feel happy or not about that, but don't we ever get signs about that? Don't you? You meet somebody and you get the feeling that you've known them before. And it's things like that are just, it's just fascinating to me.
Yeah.
So anyway,
go ahead.
What can we look at tonight?
I'd like to look at career.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, because I had just been shuffling the cards while you're doing this, and the first cards I have on top are about money and work. So I think we're on the right track here. So I'll just start with those cards, and then I'll shuffle them up and maybe pull some more here. The first two cards I have are the King of Rods and the King. That you're very good at managing and running your career, your work, and your financial life. The Three of Rods is an interesting card, because the threes are fascinating in tarot, because they're about completion. And this is about a person who is waiting for something to happen. It's waiting for something new to come along. Now, not just out of nowhere. I mean, this is a person who's planted the seeds and is waiting for them to bear fruit. The traditional picture on many tarot cards is a person looking out over a bay with several ships there, and that person is sending out those ships laden with cargo and will be waiting for the return. The next card I have is the Ace of Rods, which is about a new work. The aces are beginnings, and rods are about career and work. So it looks like there's a new job, new work coming your way. Are you looking for new work?
I'm looking for, I'm a singer, so I'm looking for more opportunities, more gigs, yes, more bookings.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing here. And you're good at that. You're good at managing both the career and the financial aspect of it. Let me see if I can get you anything deeper here, because so far all they're really doing is telling you things you already know. Well, the Ten of Cups is here. That's a card of perfected happiness. These are good. The Ace of Cups is here. We get a lot of aces for people around the new year. It's because it's time for beginnings. And the Sun, which is a card of growth and healing and all the wonderful things that come from the sun. This looks like it's going to be a very positive year for you career-wise, and a happy one and a fulfilling one.
Well, that's fantastic. Those are some of my favorite cards.
Oh, excellent. They're very upbeat. You must be a very positive person too.
Yeah, I would say so.
So what kind of singing do you do?
It's jazz.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working with a classical guitarist, and so we're looking at that space in between jazz and classical music, and
wonderful.
sort of forging our own way.
I knew somebody many years ago who did that. It was a guitarist. I think he played a 12-string guitar. Is there such a thing as 12-string, or is my memory playing tricks on me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, he was like a wizard to watch, because he would play classical stuff, but it was definitely jazz influenced. So that's heavy stuff. That's beautiful stuff. Well, let me tell you something. I got one more card here for you, which I think you'll like. It's the Nine of Coins. Now, the Nine of Coins is about an investment that pays off. Now, obviously, the investment here is the work you're putting into this, into yourself, and this is a card about it paying off. I think a lot of stuff is going to come together for you this year.
Fantastic. I've definitely been putting in the action, taking the action.
And that's really what it is. That's where it takes. It's that kind of hard work. I was around the entertainment business for years and years, and I've seen this stuff just hit for so many people who were fully prepared for it, because it was just a natural outgrowth of them doing the work. It wasn't, walking down the street and going into Schwab's drugstore and being discovered. You know that a lot of people don't realize that it's a great deal of work. All the professional actors I knew spent more time auditioning than actually acting, and they would still take classes because it's all about the work, and you're doing the work. That's why, you see, there's nothing glamorous in these cards. These are cards about work. And you're doing the work, and that's the first sign of success, is just doing the work.
Yeah, it's true. It's only glamorous when you look at it from the outside.
Well, that's the illusion that it was projected. I mean, there's that famous line from George Burns about success in show business. He said the key to success is sincerity. Once you can fake that, you've got it made.
Is in what?
He says sincerity is the key to success. Once you can fake that, you've got it made. So, but there's a lot of truth in just the idea that it's about a lot of work and work. Now, let me tell you this. I pulled a couple more cards here. And one card that I find interesting is the Seven of Cups. And that's telling me that you have a lot of ideas. And that's that your mind is filled with ideas, and they may not all be very focused, because it's a card of unfocused ideas. It's a card that a lot of people don't like. I love that card, because I'd rather have a whole bunch of ideas and then none at all, and just pick a couple and zero in on them. And that's what I see that you're going to do. And that's your strength, is that you can imagine something and make it happen. You can see something and create and make it go. And I'm seeing seeing hard work and success here. I mean, the Sun card is definitely about success. Now, this is just this one more card I'll leave you with, but you see, this is only telling you what you know. The Six of Swords is here. That's a card about movement. That's a card that's not. That's the one that people used to say, you're going to take a trip by sea. That's the most literal possible definition of that card, as you know. But it's really about getting yourself from where you are to where you want to be through your own willpower and your own mind power. And you're doing it. And there's nothing that demonstrates to me, as a person who couldn't carry a tune in the proverbial bucket, there's nothing that is more a sign of mental discipline than being able to sing. Because you've taken all you people who can really sing are taking talking to a new level. And I think it's a very spiritual level, and the vibrations are a whole different thing. It's beautiful. Singing heals people. Singing is healthy. Music heals. There's no doubt about that. And that is one.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, that is one gift. There was Well, probably one of the more famous entertainers of the 20th century, who is fallen into disrepute, although his records still sell like crazy, was Al Jolson. And I only mention him now because everybody remembers from the movies and all his, when they think of him at all, that tagline, "The world's greatest entertainer." But I researched his career once. I saw his scrapbooks at the Lincoln Center Library, the Billy Rose Theater Collection. And in the earlier days of his career, the tagline they used to promote him was "Good for what ails you." Now, you see, there's a guy, that's because of the connection with the audience. "Good for what ails you" is really summed it up. And you have power.
Thank you. I think that, for me, the level that I'm practicing at now, it's really about taking that energy that comes through the audience and through me and connecting it through this vehicle of music. And it's a glorious thing, and it feels like it is healing for myself, for the audience. Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely vibratory. This is why
uplifting.
Yeah, this is why people sing in churches, and this is why religious ceremonies have singing, and it's a very important thing. Even though it's like I said, I'll sing quietly, but it's
I never no matter what.
And listening to it is good. And something, a lot of people, there are people who have now in our society, because of the technology, have lived their whole life without ever actually hearing a live singer. Even if they go to a concert these days, they're really listening to an amplified recorded voice in many cases. But to actually hear it right in front of you live, that is such a rush. I can only urge people to go to as many small restaurants or cafes or little performance venues where there is live music and get into it, because it's a game changer. Especially if you're down, even if someone is singing, even if they're singing sad songs, there is a connection. As a person who I spent years performing as a talker, but there was that connection between the audience and the performer. If you don't make that connection, there are a lot of people I knew who wouldn't do that. They were performers and they would keep a wall between them and the audience. And I would ask them, "What are you doing it for?" If you're doing, and it's, "Well, I want to be rich and famous." So, well, good luck with that. That's not what it's about. That's a side effect. But it's all about what you give and take, and it's a beautiful experience. And I see nothing but positive change coming for you and growth this year. I'm going to pull one more card and see what we get. Just one more. And I'm shuffling it up a little bit. And, now that's fascinating. It's the Hermit. That means somebody will be appearing this year to maybe guide you and help you along to the next step. Look for a mentor. Look for somebody who can lead you along. This is going to be a year for you of discovery and growth. I no doubt about it from these cards. So keep me posted. I find this exciting. I'd like to know how it goes. Lisa, you there? Alyssa, you there? Was that Alyssa? Yes. Lisa. Okay. Well, here's what we do. I will. I think we lost our singer. We lost our vocalist. But we're going to go now to Joanna in Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Joanna. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. What can I look at for you?
I was calling about love and relationships.
Okay, it's nice when those two go together. It's they don't always. We know that. There are many relationships. We've all seen those relationships where we figure, what are they doing to each other? But,
exactly.
Let's see what happens. I have known. I have. It's one of the strangest things in the world. I witnessed. There was a couple I used to work with who despised each other, hated each other. I could never even read their cards after a while because all the cards I always got for them were sword cards. They were always fighting. They were always at each other's throats. So, yeah, well, we're doing something out of it. There was something else. So let's see, what do we have here? Okay, now this is a fascinating card. These are a fascinating sequence of cards here. The first card is one of the nastiest looking cards in the deck, but it's a good card. And that is, and I know that's a value judgment, but I take it from me because I'm an expert. the 10 of It's the 10 of swords. That's the card that shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now that means the worst is over. You know, that doesn't mean death or anything horrible like that. It means that life has thrown a lot of bad stuff at you, but you survived and you're going to get up and it's going to be fine. Did you recently have like a bad relationship or something?
Well, it was, it's kind of hard to explain. It wasn't a bad relationship. It was like two damaged people dating each other.
Oh, boy, tell me about it. Yeah.
Good relation. We were good people, but we've been through so much. And so someone decided to walk out of it, which was my ex.
Well, I can sure relate to that because I've been there. I've been there. You know, it's like I used to be that guy who can walk into a room and find exactly the one person who was right there to fit in with what was wrong with me.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You know, we work on that. We work on growing, and so this is a good card in that case because this is saying the worst is over. No, that's good. That's growth. That shows that you're getting better. Now, here's the good news: is there is a relationship coming for you. I'll tell you how I know. There's a tower struck by lightning is the card here, and that means something happening totally unexpectedly out of the blue. The next card is the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home and happiness. And the next card is the Knight of Cups, and the Knight with a K, like like Don Quixote. The Knights are about the appearance of something new. It's not yet fully taken form, so it can be volatile. It can be up and down, but it's the beginning of something. And the Cups are about relationships and emotion and happiness. So it's telling me that you are going to get into something with somebody really soon. You're going to find somebody really soon, and the net result is going to be happiness. But it's going to take a little bit of work to get to that point because it's new. You know how things are when it's new. Yeah. That whole myth about the two eyes, the sets of eyes meeting across a room at a party, and then you live happily ever after. Forget that. I mean, if that was real, we wouldn't be paying money to see it in movies. We would just be living it.
Yeah, exactly.
But you do have a new relationship coming this year, and it's going to come. It's going to appear when you don't expect it at all. It's going to come out of nowhere. Now, I would say keep an eye out for that, but you won't have to. You'll know it when it happens.
It's not going to be anywhere at work.
Well, let me see. There are definitely cards for that. Let me just shuffle it up and see what I get. Well, I'm getting, loosely speaking, yeah. I mean, this might be me stretching it a bit, but one of the cards I have here is the Five of Rods. And that's about, the rods are definitely about work and career, and it's about stiff competition. So I'm going to interpret that in light of your question. That, yes, it looks like it could be coming out of somebody at work, but somebody who other people are interested in also. However, the cards before that one, the cards before that one are say it's all on your side. The World is the card of assured success, and the Two of Cups is the card that means a new relationship is coming. The only reason I'm going to say there's a strong possibility that it'll be through work is because the Five of Rods is a card about work. And the tarot cards speak that way sometimes. But there's every indication here that there's definitely a new relationship. Look, I got another one here, the Page of Cups. Pages and the Knight and the Page that covers the whole gamut of the court cards. There's the Lover's card. You are really, there is a relationship coming for you this year, soon.
Oh my God.
Maybe.
Okay.
Again, here's the King of Cups. You've got all these court cards. That means, now the thing, let me tell you why that's important. The court cards are evolving. It starts with the knight, and then it goes to the queen, and then it goes to the king, and then it goes to the page. And at each step along the way, it solidifies whatever it is. Like if it's coins, it's the money. If it's rods, it's about work. But these are all cups. So you have 3 of the 4 cup cards. So you go from the knight to the king to the page. And that's telling me that this is a dynamic, growing relationship that is going to settle in, and it's going to, it's not going to be like a flash in the pan kind of thing. I think that you're headed for a serious relationship this year, and you both are going to be doing the work needed to make it grow. You're going to take it from the stage of the beginning, which is the knight, into the king and into the page, which is the earthly. It's the solidifying of it all. This is very good. Remember, the main thing here is that the worst is over. There's a new relationship that's going to come suddenly. It very likely will come from your workplace. And there's a great measure of success involved in it for you. And you're both ready for this because you're going to do the work. You're going to put the work in for it.
Wow.
This is good. One more card here. Cups. This may be more to the point than the one about work. This is the 3 of Cups. And the 3 of Cups has an implication of something happening through your friends. So it's going to be somebody you'll meet through people you know.
Interesting.
Okay? And there's also, that implies success too. 3s are completion in tarot. That implies success. So you'll know it when it comes, and I think you're going to have a great time with that, because the main thing to me is that first card, the 10 of Swords. The worst is over, and you're moving into a really good time. 2020 is going to be a good year for you romantically and emotionally, and it's going to be beautiful for you. Keep me posted. And by the way, I haven't given out my email yet, so I might as well let you know and let everybody who's listening in know that anybody can contact me or update me on anything that we've had a reading about at asktarot@earthlink.net, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net, or there's a contact form at my website, or you can reach me through Ask One Radio. You can do an internet search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I'm the easiest person to find. I would be the world's worst fugitive. So I'm out there. I just shuffled them up a little bit, and I pulled another card, and it's the 2 of Cups again. That's the card of a new relationship coming. Yep, it's coming. It's definitely coming.
It's confirmation. Wow.
Yeah. I'm not even going to use any of those standard card reading cop-outs that say, I seem to see that perhaps no, this is real. This is coming. This is definitely coming your way. So keep me posted, okay?
I sure will.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up again. Again, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Now, if you can't get through tonight, and most people who want to get through can't get through because we have a limited time span here, and of course there are people who don't want to get through. They want a reading, but they don't want a few million people listening, so that's cool too. You can just contact me at asktarot@earthlink.net. If you didn't get through and you wanted to, or you didn't want to, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. I'm happy to do a free consultation for Ask One Radio listeners. Just put that in the subject line, free consultation, or free, or whatever you want. Just remind me that that's what it was. It's the free consultation offer. I usually charge $20, $25 for a consultation, which I really don't expect to pay anyone to pay, because I do that just to keep away the curiosity seekers who will jump at anything that's free. But I don't. You guys are not like that. I know that if you're listening to Ask One Radio and all the great shows here, that you're very serious about this. So that's my gift back to the people who listen, is a free consultation just for Ask One Radio listeners. We do it by email. It's very simple. I pull a few cards and I send you a detailed report on them, and 99 times out of 100, that's it. That's all you need. I mean, a lot of people think that I'm going to do that as a come on and then charge you $4,822 for a full reading, which of course is ludicrous. I don't do that anyway. I never go above $3,000. But you'll see. You go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You'll see the price list there. My readings are really affordable. I do not do this for the money. It's just, there's no way around that. So these things are all flexible. But no, the free reading The free consultation I offer is not a come on. Most people get their question answered completely and fully with just a few cards. And I'm always happy to do that because, hey, it just doesn't cost me anything. So why should I bleed people for every penny there is in the world? It's not what life is about. I used to tell, this is fascinating. I don't even remember if I wrote this up in one of my books, but I used to tell people, and I'm going back years, I came up with this idea years ago, that of all the things people need in the world to survive, money is probably the easiest thing to get. And I did a test for that. I walked down a busy street here in New York City. I walked along Central Park West, and I asked people for money. This was a long time ago. And I got money, people gave me money. People gave me, $1 here, a quarter there, they gave me some money. No sweat. I just said, listen, can you spare some money? Now, the next day, I went to the same spot at the same time of day, and I walked along there, and I asked random people on the street if they would just spend a couple of minutes to listen to me. They really would like to have somebody listen to me. And nobody cared. But you see, what is more important? Is it getting a few dollars or getting somebody to listen to you and understand you and connecting with a person? That's what it's all about. That's what communication is about. And that's why I'm here. Almost everything I've ever done in my life in terms of career work has been about communication. And looking back over my long life, I see that I've been involved. One of the very first jobs I ever had as an adult was writing copy for a local news station, a local television station for the news. So there you go. I'm intimately familiar with how TV news operates, folks. So this is why I don't bother with it. That's a whole different thing. We can talk about that for years and years and years, but that is way off the subject. Anybody wants to get into a discussion about that, contact me. I'll be more than happy to talk to you about it. Let's get in a couple more calls here. Joanna in Westminster, California is next. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Joanna?
Good. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
I can ask any questions.
Go ahead.
I can ask any question.
Oh yeah, sure. Just don't ask me what the capital of. Don't ask me what the capital of Nebraska is. That's.
I wanted to ask kind of a hard question. I was wondering if my husband was cheating on me.
Okay. Let's see. Well, first of all, you do have suspicions, or you wouldn't be asking the question. That there are definite cards for that. Let's take a look. Now, I'm going to shuffle them up and see what we get. Well, I'm really reluctant to get into that because the first card I've got here is the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords is about a person who is not being very fair, is cheating in a sense. The Five of Swords is about a person who is not treating you properly, who is not being truthful. We have very limited time here, so I don't want to. I can't give you a definitive answer, but that is exactly the card that hits what you think is going on. So I want to be very cautious about that because either I am, and then I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Either I'm picking up what's going on or I'm picking up what your fear is going on. Now, let me tell you, there are two cards that I would look for if a person is in a relationship and is being treated unfairly and the person is cheating. And one of them is the Five of Swords and the other is the Seven of Swords. And I got both of those cards for you. So it's looking like yes, but, and I have to stress this but, this is not the kind of thing that I can definitively answer for you without a long reading. I mean, a full reading. I'm not trying to sell you a full reading here. I'll be happy to pull a few more cards for you. But so far, it's looking like you're right here. The next card I have is the Justice card, which means that, when the Justice card turns up, it usually means something is going to happen in a courtroom, So I'm trying to be as delicate about this as I can, because, like I said, this is an extremely short reading, and I wouldn't ask you to take any action on what these cards are saying. Just consider them, because don't take any action unless we do like a really long reading together. And even then, I would say you should, take measures to verify and find out, because I'm either picking up what you fear or what he's doing.
Okay.
But what I'm getting here now is not good news, in that sense. This is the Five of Swords is a card of defeat, and it's usually defeat that's because of duplicity. The Seven of Swords, that's a lot of decks. It shows a person tiptoeing around taking something that's not theirs, so you can see what the symbolism is. But this is like I said, this is not definitive. I can't go into it in a way other than this right now. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to cop out here, but I see that your concerns are genuine. Let's put it that way. Okay. I just don't want you to take this as like complete confirmation, because I can't do that with these short readings. Yet I'm gonna tell you that it's something to consider. I mean, what I would do in a full reading is I would take a lot of time with this, and I would look at you, and then I would look at your husband, and then I would look at the relationship. And I just don't want to give you any information that you would act on that is premature. Okay?
Right.
But nevertheless, I can't deny the appearance of those two cards, which are exactly the two cards that tell me that there is, I'm going to put it this way, a strong possibility that is what's going on, that the person is cheating on you. I can't escape that. I can't paint that any other way except to say that it requires a lot more. Now, this is not me pitching to sell you anything, because this might mean you need to check out other things yourself, investigate it yourself in any way that you can, check with friends, check with a lawyer who may know somebody, I don't want to get dramatic here, but it may be time for to hire somebody to investigate and to look into it, that kind of stuff. But the thing that concerns me is that I'm not getting anything opposite what you're afraid of and what you're concerned. And that afraid isn't the right word. What you think may be happening, because to even ask that question, you must be picking up some pretty solid signals, right?
Right.
And I'm very sensitive to that too, because I went through that in a marriage one time, a very brief marriage, like a training marriage, and sometimes these signs are not very subtle.
Right.
So
I don't have proof.
Right. And that's proof is exactly the word I think I'm dancing around. I don't want you to take this as proof, because there are so many ways that this needs to be verified. When we deal with cards, we're dealing with feelings, and we're dealing with stuff. So like I said, I'm either picking up your feelings or I'm picking up what's happening. But in either case, I'm not getting anything contradicting it. You see, because here's another, the Three of Swords. These sword cards are not good. They're about strife in this sense. That the Nine of Swords is a card of sorrow and sadness. And so this is hurting you. There's no doubt about it. Here's the Six of Swords. Again, the sword cards indicate that there's trouble in the relationship. That's clear. The Three of Swords. Look, I keep getting sword cards for you. These are the saddest of the cards. The Three of Swords. And the Nine of Swords. So you're not in a happy place right now, obviously. So I may be picking up more about what is on your mind than what is actually happening, and that's why I would urge you to, if you're not going to get a fuller reading with me, find somebody maybe who can help you out with that. There may be somebody locally who does this kind of stuff, or check with friends and a lawyer, because there's definitely something going on here, and it's not the best of things going on. The main thing is, I don't believe that what you're feeling is in your imagination. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
In fact, the Justice card, which I told you is here, that also has 2 swords on it. So there's a lot of strife and tension here. Now, this is the part that I hate. I've got to go because the show's over. I got I've got a little over a minute left. So I want you, if you feel comfortable with it, contact me. AskTarot@earthlink.net is my email, and I'll pull a few more cards for you. But mostly, no charge. We'll just continue this reading a little bit and take a little bit of a deeper look. But if you want to use cards to work out the situation, take a look at it, which I do recommend, you're going to need a very in-depth look, because this is serious. This is heavy stuff. Okay, so I've got to run now, but I will keep an eye out for your email.
What's your email again?
AskTarot, AskTarot @earthlink.net.
Okay.
And you can find me. There's a contact page at magic-works.com, and that's magic with a CK at the end. It's easy to contact me, so do that, because I hate to just slap this on you and then run, So do that, and maybe we can pull a little bit more out of it. But I got to go. I've got like 30 seconds left, so I will hopefully hear from you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And that's it, folks. That's it. We just ran through the hour. Wow, that was so fast. So remember, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, if you want to see more about what I do, and mojoacademy.org. There is a book there that will change your life. Please check those out. We'll talk more about that next week. Got to run now. Bye-bye.